global thermonuclear war.
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. Lycos CZ, hello, nice to see you here. And thank you very much for the messages and the follows. That's great. Thank you. And what are we doing today? So we typically do 4 things on each one of these streams. If you want to see the schedule, then it's usually over here on our HackerFrogs Reddit. And today we're going to be doing Web App Wednesdays. So we're going to be doing The Farmer Was Replaced first. This is a Python programming game, and it's a lot of fun. And you can figure out how to use your code to automate your little farm here. And that's what we're doing for the first topic. For the second topic, we're going to be doing a demonstration over at EchoCTF. EchoCTF is a CTF platform. We're doing the Codehaven challenge over there, and yeah. I hope we can demonstrate a couple of new techniques for you. DAbsolute0, hello, nice to see you here. What's up, gamers? Who's ready to SPI into I2C? SPI and I2C. I'm not too sure what exactly that is. Maybe you can explain that to me. Thank you. And okay, so that's going to be the second topic. And the third topic, we're going to be going over to Portswigger. Portswigger is the best place. You can learn about web app security topics. And we're going to be covering some of their server-side template injection labs. And we're going to be learning about this particular web app vulnerability. It's a pretty fun vulnerability when you can find it. And we'll be talking about that in the third hour. In the fourth hour, we're going to be doing a topic. We're doing a little theme week this week that is all about MQTT, otherwise known as the Internet of Things Network Protocol, and we're going to be figuring out how to hack those IoT devices. Okay, and IoT from the title, two common protocols. Okay, SPI and I2C. Okay, awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. We're just going to do a little warm up. We're going to play a little game, and it's all about it's mostly about Python programming and running a bunch of functions that interact with each other. And it's right over, well, if you want to get this game on Steam, it's a pretty fun game, and I don't think it's super expensive. How much is it right now? So it is $12.99, not super expensive. It's probably cheaper in American currency. My currency is in Canadian, so it's probably closer to like $9.99 in American dollars. Anyways, let's get started with that. Okay. So strangely enough, there's music here, but when we start the game, there's not very much music stuff at all. But there are sound effects. Let's get into it. Okay, we will start. Load. Save game 0. I'm pretty sure we saved before, right? If we didn't, I'll be kind of sad. Okay, start. Okay, so what are we doing here on the farm? We've got a main window. We've got a main program rather. And we've got our carrots over here, and we've got till the soil. Well, till half the soil apparently. Okay. And what we need to do is we need to start using our programs to automate the farming over here. So what do we do first? I think we'll run this program here that tills half the soil and see if it works. Okay. That tilled all of the soil. Okay. Well, we didn't want to till all of the soil. Let's see. So let's see, till a column. So till a column is going to till only one of these columns. And Agent 57 says, I got fed up with this. I'm so happy you started it. I'm so happy you started it. I mean, are you happy that I'm doing the game and not you? Have you played this very much, Agent 57? Let me know. Okay, so let's see, till a column. That does for I in range get world size, till, and then move north. Till and get move north. And for I in range get world size, maybe for I in range, get world size divided by 2, because we only wanted to till half of the columns. So to divide this by 2, and then I think, is division like the double slashes, or is it the single slash? I think like floor division is double slashes. I could be wrong, of course. I don't do a lot of Python programming on the regular, but anyways, let's try this then. Error: the operator cannot be used in the operands range and 2. Okay. So range get world size divided by 2. This doesn't work. It's a single slash. Oh, single slash. Okay, let's try it again. Still says that the operator cannot be used in the operands range, and so this doesn't return. I mean range. Oh, range. Okay. We should probably do this somewhere else. So range get world size divided by 2. Here. Okay, and let's try that out. Okay, this works. Okay, Agent 57 says it is fun, is all I can say. Just I hit a brick wall in life and lift this game to one side. Well, I mean, you have to prioritize. You definitely don't want to. You don't want to spend time on games when you don't have time for games. Okay, Benin says, I had to restart Steam because I thought I was hacking my own account when I deposited $50 to get this game because I only had a 50. Because I only had a 50. When you deposited $50 to get this game. Oh, are you talking about like gift cards or something? Or like vouchers? I'm not entirely sure. Okay. So we probably want the we probably want this drone to return back to the start after till half the soil. So after till half the soil is done, then for I in range, get world size divided by 2, move east. So this will make it so that we can so that the drone goes back to the start position. Okay, let's see. Fitness ADAD says, I haven't done Python programming in a while. This would be a good refresher. And Ronano, hello, nice to see you here as well. And so yeah, welcome to the stream, Fitness ADHD and Ronano. And Yuhan BBK, hello, nice to see you here as well. See, Benin says, I thought Steam thought I was hacking my own account because that's the most money I've ever deposited at once into Steam. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we got so tilling half the soil works, and so afterwards we want to plant carrots. So we want to plant half carrots and then half something else. Ronana says, my guy still doesn't remember me. No. I recognize your name, Ronano. I've seen you before. You've been here a few different streams. No worries. Okay, so let's rename this program. Let's call it, well, let's call this all the things, because what we're trying to do with the program is to plant all the things. So half of them are going to be carrots, and then there's going to be one row of bushes and one row of just grass. So let's see. So for I in range, get world size divided by 2. Actually, we should probably make. Hold on. Ooh, why is this so? Why is this such a big program? Let's just reset everything. Okay, so while true, and we'll also define some of these functions. Well, no. I recognize a lot of people's names if they come here like more than once. You should establish a variable for half the world size. Yeah, I think I should. Well, Okay, let's do this then. So up at the top, we'll define this half the world size, like a quarter the world size. So half world equals get world size divided by 2. So half the world, I guess we could also do quarter world. Quarter world equals get world size divided by 4. And in this case it works because we've got an even number. But I guess it's going to be, I mean, the next time we expand, it's probably going to break. So we'll have to figure out what to do afterwards. So half world equals this, quarter world equals this. And thank you very much for redeeming the frog song, Benin HF. Thank you very much for repping the HackerFrogs in your username. Thank you. Bonk asks, does this game allow you to use any other coding languages? So I mean, it's Python. It's Python. I'm not completely sure. There might be stuff inside of the Python language that this can't do, but I haven't encountered anything yet. Okay, so let's see. SXMVP says, this game amuses me because I'm a programmer and my best friend is a farmer. Gonna tell him he better be nice or I'll steal his bread and butter. Well, I mean, the world is changing with all this technology flying around. Okay, so what do we do here? So the first thing we want to do is define like plant caret row. Plant caret row. So this will be a function of ours. So define plant caret row. It has to take in the size. And what are we doing here? The Shyhat says, do mice and frogs get along? Do mice and frogs get along? I mean, it really depends on if you're going by like the wind in the willows or not. I'm pretty sure there are all sorts of animals in that story. Okay, so let's see. Plant caret row. If what was the scanning function again? If entities, let me look at the manual again. So there was something about watering. Watering the plants makes them grow faster. And then we've got trees, and we got our print command, we've got our plants, we've got our expand. Okay, I'm English, so I will accept that answer. Well, I mean, I really liked Wind in the Willows way back when. So what are those objects? So the objects are like, there's also like the scanning, right? So there's lists, there's senses. We unlocked this one. Okay, so the drone can see now. The functions get position X and get position Y return the current X and Y position of the drone. At the start position, they're both 0. The X position increases by 1 every time we move east, and the Y position increases 1 by every time we move north. And can harvest? Yeah, that was another one of the functions. Fabio Vieira says, "What game is this? This is the farmer was replaced." So you'll see the topic up at the top left-hand corner of the overlay. Okay, so where are we? So num items now returns how many of an item you have. So okay, get entity type and get ground type return the type of entity or ground that is under the drone. So get entity type or get ground type. So if ground type is, let's start writing this thing. So if get entity type, Actually, we'll get the ground type. If get ground type is equal to, I was like, what are the names of the ground? So ground, don't forget, oh, right. This is a function, so we need to include the parentheses. So if ground type equals soil, okay, so it's soil and grass, right? Or is it entities.soil or ground.soil? Grounds.grassland and grounds.soil. Okay. So if get ground type is equal to get grounds soil, then do something. Plant entities dot caret. So if there's soil underneath, then plant the caret, and then plant the caret, and then move north. Okay. So this will probably do this a number of times equal to the size that we give it, either half the world or a quarter of the world. Okay, Benin asks, are you in the Middle East? Oh, you're talking about Yuhan, right? So in Yuhan says that it's 3 a.m. in your country. Okay, so let's see. So get plant. Okay, and then the next thing is going to be plant bush row. So this is the same thing, but this is the same thing, but for bushes. So we don't need to get the ground type in this case. We just need to plant the bush. Okay, Liko says it's midnight here. It's midnight here. Likos, are you in Europe? That sounds like a European time zone. Okay, so I think we don't need an if conditional here. Just plant the thing. Plant the thing and move north. So this is planting a bush row. And the same thing, plant, why don't we, there's nothing for grass. There's nothing for grass, so that's fine. So this is, plant all the things. We'll call this one plant all the things. So while true, we just need to do this, well, okay. Planting all the things only has to happen once. The actual harvesting is only gonna, well, no. Planting only happens, I guess we need to run the plant all the things program after, because if you harvest a carrot, then the carrots are no longer there. So I guess this is going to be our main window. Plant and harvest. Okay, welcome back. Oh, CJ Web Design. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we got plant the carrot row, plant the bush row, and what else do we have? While true. But while true, so this is setting up setting up the world. If we set up the world like this, then what we need to do is we have a function that plants everything, and then we have a function that harvests everything. And Samantha Nakamoto, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? You need to prepare the tile before you can plant. That's true. That's true. So we got the tilling program over here. That's what this does. It prepares the soil because we want 2 rows of carrots, and then we want to plant 1 row of bushes, and we want to plant 1 row of well, we want to keep one of these grass. So I guess this is like our main window here. And so the first thing we want to do is if get ground type is equal to grounds.soil. I mean, this is kind of, it's a bit redundant. Then do the thing. So the thing is going to be plant carrot row. Actually, we also need to check if the carrots are there already. So if ground type is ground.soil and get entity type and get entity type is equal to entities dot carrot. Oh, okay. Get entity type is not entities dot carrot. Then we need to plant the thing. Then plant carrot row, and the size will be half world. And then, okay, Benin says, I just saw a frog riding a fish. Where did you get the free ride? Where did I get the free ride? That's true. Not completely sure. Okay, I got a free ride. Oh, at this place. Okay, awesome. But yeah, I'll check that out. I'll check that out later. Just a second. You are allowed to post links if you're on the Twitch stream, but you can't post links if you're on the YouTube stream, unfortunately. Okay, you can. So Lyco says if you can check before planting for a ground type and then change it for a proper tile ground for a specific entity type. Okay, you forgot the S on the grounds soil. Ground soils. Is it ground soils or is it? If you want to plant all the things in one field, then you can add this check under the definition before plant and copy and paste it to the definition. By the way, try to figure it out too. Long time. Yeah, I mean, I don't usually write long pieces of long stretches of code, but might as well get some practice in. So what are we doing here? So ground soils doesn't exist. Oh, ground soil. So it's ground.soil and ground. Okay. Got to make sure that the syntax is correct. So plant carrot row. Otherwise, we do something else. If get ground type if get ground type equals ground dot, what was it, grasslands? Okay, so ground dot grassland. Then we need to we need to plant the bush. plant bush row. And we'll do that quarter world. Okay, let's see. Grounds.soil, please. Oh, okay, it's ground. It's ground.soil. So plant bush row and then get ground type. Oh, need to make sure to include our parentheses. So get ground type ground.grassland, then plant the bushes. We want to make sure that there's one row of grass. So how do we make sure that there's one row of grass left behind? Let's see. I guess another thing we could do is we could do plant bush row and then push ourselves over to so get the ground type. If it is soil, then plant 2 rows of carrots. If you get the ground type and the ground type is grass, So if get ground type, I guess after every one of these, we should also move east. Grounds.soil after ground, and it's white dude. It's not soils, but soil. Oh, it's okay. Is it soils? It's not soils. Ground.soil. Hold on, let me click on this. Soil. Okay, great. Sorry, I'm getting a couple of conflicting messages in chat. Anyways, plant carrot row, plant bush row. So if it is, let's see, if it is soil and it's not carrot, then plant the carrot row. If it is grassland and get entity type not entities.bush, then plant the bush row. Let's see. So plant the bush row and then move east. Actually, we need to plant bush row and then move east for each of these, right? So plant carrot row, move east. This does the entire row, then move east, and then check again. And then it is still soil, so it'll move east again, and then it'll encounter the grassland, and then it'll plant a bush, and then it'll plant a bush row, and then move east. Okay, and then we need to do something else. So let's see, Liko says, after harvest your ground can change. If I remember correctly, then it can mix up. Okay, so move east, plant the stuff, move east, and then we can try to do the harvest. Actually, I guess we can define the harvest function up here. Harvest all. So harvest all will do for I in range, get world size, do something. So harvest all the things. Not ground, but equals ground. Does this help? Let's see. If not, then you'll see when you run the code. So is not the ground, is not the grounds. So ground. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they want here. If it's supposed to be ground or if it's supposed to be grounds. But I'm sure when we run the code, we'll figure it out, or it'll give me an error. Grounds with an S. Well, some people say it's grounds and some people say it's ground. I mean, we do get this does light up when you put in grounds, so maybe it is grounds. I haven't really been using it before, but let's see. For ion range, do something. If get entity type. I mean, if can harvest, right? Can harvest. Harvest. Else. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I mean, we figure it out. We'll figure it out eventually, anyways. Because I guess entities is also like plural. So grounds and entities are all they're gonna match probably. So if can harvest, harvest. Else, continue. So if we can harvest, then harvest. Else continue, and then move across the thing. So for ion range, if can harvest, harvest, then move. Actually, maybe we should do like harvest row instead. We'll call this one harvest row. So for ion range, if can harvest, harvest, then move north. Else, move north and continue. So this harvests one row. So if get ground type, this will harvest one row. And then the loop is just going to be harvest row and then move east. Yeah, so harvest row, then move east. Okay, let's see if it works. Okay, just clean up a little bit. And I'm sure this is going to throw an error, but we'll see what happens. Error, ground has not been defined. You must, okay. Okay. We need to make sure everything's grounds and not ground. Okay, try it again. This is kind of weird. Hold on. Why is it not? So there's something wrong with the carrot harvesting. Or the carrot planting, rather. So let's see. So plant carrot row, if ground type equals ground soil, then plant entities.carrot move north. So it moves north twice. So, You should add a wait. CWM says, asks, is this your game? This is not my game. This is a game. This is called, what was it called? It's called, The Farmer Was Replaced. It's a fun little game. You can get it for like $10 US over on the Steam store. I mean, I kind of like what's going on because we are getting. Well, I'd rather I'd rather plant all the carrots. So, So if ground type equals ground, and the thing is not a carrot, then plant the carrot row. Otherwise, move east. Well, then move east. Get ground type equals grounds grassland, and get entity type entities.bush. So I think I wonder why the planting of the carrots is so weird. Sometimes it plants the carrot, sometimes it doesn't plant the carrot. Do any of these carrots get planted 2 times in a row? So plant carrot. So if you're on soil, then plant the thing, and then move north. When does while true activate? Because it seems to move east randomly. So while true is basically run the loop and then run the loop unlimited number of times. So it's going to do each one of these in turn. So it checks if there's soil and the thing that is already there is not a carrot. And if not, then it'll plant the carrot row with half of the world. And then it'll move east. Oh, I think I should make move east part of... part of this. Because the size isn't actually defined up here when we plant the carrot row. Maybe, yeah, don't have to move east to there. Okay, let's stop. Let's stop. Okay, so plant carrot row size, because size isn't referenced in this thing either. So for I in range size, I think the thing is that if you put a parameter inside of your function, you need to use the parameter in your function, otherwise why is it there? Okay, you can, let's see, Liko says you can skip half the world and prepare your ground and then check which ground is under and then plant the base on the ground. Let's see. So let's start from scratch. So we'll do the tilling thing. Okay. And then, so plant carrot row size for iron range size. If the ground type is grounds.soil, then plant the carrot and then move north and then move east. So plant all the things and then move east. I think this is how it's going to work. And then okay, and then let's see. You could let the farmer do it because of programming situations like this. Maybe. Well, we're trying to figure out what is going right with the program and not right with the program. Now it's a different kind of problem. It seems kind of random. Okay, Liko says just copy paste only the carrot definition to the new window and test it. The carrot definition, are we talking about plant carrot row? So plant carrot row for iron size. So size is either going to be half the world or quarter of the world. And this thing too. So let's see. Plant bush row size. Plant entities. Okay, let's pause this. So plant entities bush. then move north. But we got our size here, so we might as well use the size. So for I in range of size, plant the bush and then move north. And then after you're done with that, move east. So what are we running? We're running plant bush row and then plant carrot row. So plant carrot row with half the world and then plant bush row with a quarter of the world. And then after you're done with all this stuff, well, move east should probably be inside of the plant carrot row functions instead of inside of the if statement here. Okay, so let's see. So Lico says, I think it's just jump because you could check the ground soil. Check the ground soil, then jump, and then check again for grassland, and then jump again. James says, does anybody have any idea how to remove one's digital fingerprint? Oh, digital footprint. Yesterday I was scanning mine and discovered sensitive information like name, email address, and home address has been exposed or sold to someone. I can even see who accessed it and when. I'm not alone. The same hacker has leaked around 80 terabytes of MongoDB database data belonging to millions of users. Similar news is surfaced about this kind of stuff. Real Nano says, can you not have it just move around and then in while true only do the harvesting, the planting and the harvesting? Yeah, maybe. James says, a data breach in Instagram. How can this be fixed? Any clue? I mean, there are specialized services that that you can use to that say that they're going to that they would help you remove your sensitive information online. I've never really used these services before. If anybody has any experience with it, could you let us know in chat? I think I've heard people, I think I've heard like podcasts and like YouTube videos that have been sponsored by these kind of things. But myself personally, I've never really looked into it. Okay, so let's see. Renana says, can you have it just move and then in the while true only have the planting and harvesting? I mean, I'd rather do like plant like a full row of stuff, but let's see what happens now. Error, this is not a valid for loop. For I in range size. A for loop looks like this, for n in range size. Range of, The for loop is always followed by a loop variable, then in. Oh, okay. For I in range. Got that syntax incorrect. Yep. Oh, you need the in there. Right. I picked that up eventually. Thank you. Okay, so we have the wood going on. We've got the carrots growing. Okay, we should also do a little check inside of here. So plant bush row. So for I in size, plant entities bush, move north. Okay, we'll stop this. For I in size range, plant the thing. Well, I mean, plant the thing if for I in range size, if get entity type is not a bush, then plant the bush. and then move north, otherwise just continue. Else, move north and continue. Okay, and we'll try this. CJ Web Design says, this is a sponsor. I hear about Incogni. Okay, yeah. Oh, what was this error? So trying to use not equal to on a function, get entity type. Oh, get entity type. We need to. Sorry, I keep on forgetting whenever we run one of these functions. We always need to include the parentheses. Okay, keep on running it. Ronana says, yeah, same from YouTube videos, and we all know that you don't do all that much research on sponsors, so check for yourself. So I mean, I've never had to check on services like this. I mean, I don't get very many sponsor opportunities in the first place. Well, maybe in the future I will, but anyways, let's well, we've got what we've got going on right now. I think we might want to optimize a little bit. So we can increase our speed. Unlocks planting, expand, debug, time, debug 2, trees, water. So how does water work? So water the plants to make them grow faster. I think what I want to do is increase our speed. So it increases the speed of both the drone and code execution. So from 225 to, okay. So increase. Okay. So everything should be going much faster now. Okay, Ranana says, I didn't mean you should. I meant in general. I mean, most here's the thing. Most people on YouTube, they're not really. They care that the sponsors are willing to pay them. They care less about the products being good, because they see that the sponsor. I mean, if a sponsor says they'll pay you $5,000 to make a video that promotes their stuff. There is a chance that if you research the service or the product, that it might not be to your standard. I mean, if it's not to your standard, you still have to make the decision: am I going to advertise this thing on my channel? And whether or not people really trust me to only advertise or like recommend things that you really care about. In a lot of the cases, the YouTubers really don't do all that much research about the stuff that they're promoting. So this seems to be working. I don't think it's definitely not optimized. Okay, let's see if we can upgrade more. So Renata says maybe you should maybe put a plant after the harvest so it doesn't go over twice. So let's see. That means that we need to adjust the So the question is, what would it be? What would we be checking for? So after we harvest, then we check to see if it's ground or if it's grass. So harvest row. Harvest row. I guess inside of harvest row we can include something like that. Let's pause. So in harvest row, for I in range get world size, if can harvest, harvests, and then another if entities, let's grounds dot soil. So let's see, it's get ground type, right? Get ground type is equal to grounds.soil, then plant a carrot. else plant a bush. Okay, let's see. Well, let's see if this works. And then move north. Else move north and continue. Is this all good? I think this is good. All right, keep on going. It still seems a little bit sporadic, but it seems to be working better. Sick in the Mind says, "What's up? What's up, Sick in the Mind? We're farming inefficiently, is what we're doing." Okay, and what else? I mean, this seems a lot more efficient now. Yeah, now that we've gotten rid of some of the redundant parts. Let's see what else we can upgrade. Can we make her stuff faster? So we got about 10 minutes of gameplay left. So we'll increase the speed again. Okay, now we're moving super fast. Okay, we've got a carrot hat. We should probably change to our carrot hat now. Just a second. Okay, let's stop. And let's see. We'll just make a window called change hat. And what's the thing called? Change hat. Change hat to carrot. Hat.carrot. Hats.carrot. Carrot hat. Okay, let's just run that once. Okay, we got our carrot hat. Awesome. Now let's keep on harvesting. Okay, it's a hat. It looks like a carrot cake or something like that. Well, it's more like a colorful salad. Okay, and let's see if we can change our program even more. Okay, let's see. Baran Bathory says, "I didn't get what the coding is doing because I am a designer." No worries. I mean, the beginning of the game should be easy enough to get into. It's just when the amount of when the size of the farm that you're dealing with is it gets bigger, it becomes more complicated. But you should be able to do this step by step. Planting, harvesting, and checking for soil. Yeah, I mean it does introduce these things one at a time, which is nice. Okay, but we need to upgrade our farm. So let's see, define your own functions. Okay, we've done that, and we've got random as well. So min, max, absolute, random functions. We can import other files. Oh, that's good. Yeah, so if we can import other files, we could do some module stuff. I'm now 2 hours in. Yeah, so we started this. We've been at this for about 2 hours. The previous session was doing some other stuff, but let's introduce watering. So water the plants to make them grow faster. Use items. Use items.water. Okay, we don't have enough wood. I guess we need to wait on that. We also have trees. We already have our carrots. We could expand the farm. We can't increase speed. Increase the yield of grass. Is there one for increasing the yield of wood? Polyculture, cactus. Debug 2. Unlocks planting. Top hat, mega farm. Mega farm? More drones. Okay. Mazes. Polyculture, pumpkins, sunflowers. Test faster and under reproducible conditions. Okay, so we can introduce watering now. So watering will make everything grow faster. Okay, plants grow faster when they're watered. The ground has a water level ranging from 0 to 1. It's either watered or not watered. Okay, that's very binary. The function getWater returns the water level of the ground is over. The growth speed of a plant scales linearly from 1x speed at water level 0 to 5x speed at water level 1. So the ground dries up over time. On average, it loses 1% of the current water per second. Okay, you can use water on your plants. 1 tank of water is automatically added to your inventory every 10 seconds. Upgrading unlocks.watering will double the amount of water you get every 10 seconds. So a tank holds 0.5 water. Okay, second mind said, if I had any advice on this, I would say wait until you level up water to like 4 times. Otherwise, you'll constantly run out of water. So I guess what we should do is we should create a little function that does watering as well. Because watering, I mean, do you need to go somewhere to get the water, or do you just have the water spawn in wherever you are? Okay, call use items.water over any ground to water the ground. It's every 10 seconds. So you get, I guess you get 8. Well, oh, okay. You get, let's see, upgrading unlocks.water will double the amount of water you get every 10 seconds. So it seems like it's pretty slow. As you level it, you get more in shorter frequencies. So constantly out of water, well, that's kind of not fun. Actually, we could also only water the soil, because if we're really concerned about only watering the plants in the soil, so we can, let's define it. So let's call water soil. If get ground type equals grounds.soil and do a sample of use water. I think it is 1 water equals 20%, 25% on the block. So we need to check if the ground is soil, and the what is the function for checking the whatever the water level? Hold on, let's go back. Where's the tutorial? Here. The function getWater returns the water level of the ground it is over. So we should probably only water if the getWater returns 0. GetWater equals 0. Then water the soil. Use item. What was it? Water? What was it called? Items.water. Okay. Use items.water for watering. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. So why not have it in the while true section? Well, I mean, I'd rather define all of my functions outside of the loop. So water soil. So if okay. So harvest the row, and then we only water after we harvest. So harvest row, water soil. and then do the move. Okay, I think we can go. Okay, so we are using our water. So the problem is we have a lot of carrots, but we don't have very much wood. And each time we plant the carrots, we also decrease our amount of wood. Oh, the carrots are growing way too fast now. Okay, we should probably stop. And we should till half the, well, we don't till half the soil. This time we're going to be tilling, well, don't till. I guess we can just clear. We'll call this no carrots. You didn't use single water. We did use some of our water. We did. I saw the water going down. It's just that we don't have enough. We don't have very much wood right now, and we'd like to get some more of that. You can have bushes on tilled soil. Oh, can we? I mean, does it affect it though? So while true, let's see. Get ground type. We can just comment this out. So right now, we'll just comment everything out here. Let's see. Get ground type, grassland, and any type, bush. So we just want to... How do we comment out? Let's see. I think it's like So we don't care about the ground type here. Hold on. Thank you very much, DS, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, but we'll have to do that next time. Yeah, but I mean, I only want to comment out this part. But if we want to comment out this part, we should probably like make another block, which has just that one line. Anyways, we'll save our game here. Where do we do it? Start, save. Okay, saved. And we can get out of here. And we'll come back to this. I don't know if we're going to have time next week to get back to this, but one of these days we'll get back to it. Okay. All right, now we're going to be doing a little bit of a demonstration. And let's talk about what we're doing next. So topic 1 is done. Topic 2 is here. Topic 3 is on deck. There isn't a way to multi-comment in Python, I think. Multi-comment? There is. So in Python code, test.py. So if you've got some code, if you put everything between triple single quotes like this, this is a multi-line comment. Put anything here, doesn't matter. Okay, and we can sandwich this between some like print statements. So print hello world. Print let's see. HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. This doesn't need to be a... Okay, and then we just Python run the thing. Yeah, so it ignores everything between the triple single quotes. Those are called docstrings? Oh, I didn't know that. Custom implementation of Python. The game doesn't seem to like or support docstrings, or at least their IDE doesn't support seeing. Yeah. Unfortunately, well, I mean, it's not exactly like Python. It's very Python-like, is what I'll say. Anyways, before we start, let me put on a little bit of music because I like to have my music in my background. How about some of this? All right. So let's see. We're going to be working with EchoCTF Red. So EchoCTF is a free platform for learning about all sorts of great web app. Well, it's mostly web app stuff, but there's also like network hacking concepts here as well, because it's all Linux machines. There are no Windows machines. You don't get to do any hacking against Active Directory or anything like that. But it's still really great for a free service. So I'm happy to use this platform. We're going to be doing the Codehaven exercise over here. Let me just start that up. And we'll connect to the network as well. So to use EchoCTF, you need to have a OpenVPN key, well, a VPN key that you can download. So you do OpenVPN here, and now we're connected to the network. You'll know you're connected to the network when you do the IPA command, then you see there a ton0 interface. Ton0 is the standard name of the interface that's created when you connect to through a VPN, and it'll tell you what IP address you have on the network. Oh, the time still says done. Okay, so hold on. We'll do an hour on the clock. It shouldn't take an hour to do this demonstration, but let's go ahead and start. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Codehaven challenge over at the BRCTF Machines Network over at EchoCTF.red. So the first thing we need to do to start one of these challenges is to get the IP address. So we've just started the machine. We'll see if we can get an IP address. Our IP address is over here. We're just going to copy this, and then we're going to go over to, well, before we start, let's talk about the description of the challenge. So it says Codehaven, your secure code sanctuary. I don't know about that, but it says your trusted refuge for all things code with robust security and organized storage. Great. We'll just go over to our Nmap tab over here. We're just going to run Nmap to try to figure out what ports and services are available on the target. So when we run Nmap, we run it very verbose. We run it fast but not too fast. We run it to get service information about whatever services we find, and we run it on all the ports. So when we run it, we discover there's a service on port 80 over here. So port 80 is unencrypted web pages, and we can check that out by copying the IP address, going to our web browser, typing in http:// then paste in the IP address. So here on the landing page, it tells us that this is the login for the POS. So POS in this case means point of sale and code cop. Code cop. I mean, this is kind of an unusual name for a piece of software. We can do some research on this. So go into good old Google, search up POS code cop, and then we get this over here. So code cop, we see code cop has multiple vulnerabilities, and it turns out that code cop is a point of sale software. So another thing we can do if we know that we're dealing with a particular piece of software by name is we can also check to see if there are any known vulnerabilities. So you run this handy tool over here, it's called Searchsploit, and then we'll look it up, code cop. So code cop is, well, we've got a vulnerability for this. It says that we've got authenticated remote code execution. So let's see, Second of Mind says Indonesian POS software company with 14 5-star Google reviews. Wow, that's must be some good software then. Okay, so we see here that we've got authenticated remote code execution. This is for version 2, but the thing is that if we had a lot of different vulnerabilities we wanted to check out, we would need to confirm whether or not CodeCop is being run with version 2.0. But in this case, because we've only got one vulnerability to test, well, we can test this one, and it's not really going to take a lot of time. So we're going to move this text file over to our directory with searchsploit.m, and we're just going to paste in the number associated with this. So we can get some information about this particular attack over at this text file. Let's just give it a quick read. So it says here that this is POS CodeCop 2.0 authenticated remote code execution. So we've got we've got some steps we need to do to run this particular attack. So number 1, log into the POS CodeCop dashboard. Number 2, go to profile settings. And then number 3, upload the PHP script through the upload profile photo function. So let's talk a little bit more about this. I've got a little handy dandy, what is the word? Presentation. Okay, so let's see. HackerFrogs walkthroughs for EchoCTF, and this is for Codehaven. Okay, so this is Codehaven, and in this case we've got a POS app where we can do a file upload attack. So in this challenge we discover a POS manager app using default credentials. So well, that's kind of a spoiler, but we do have default credentials on this particular application. So when we search for known attacks of this software, we find a file upload vulnerability that allows RCE through PHP code. So the RCE is through file upload, and because the application is running PHP, we can upload a malicious PHP file to give us remote code execution. So we just looked up how to do the attack, and what we're going to do is we're going to run this through Burp Suite, because Burp Suite is a very useful tool for doing web app attacks. I'm just going to start it up over here. It's going to take a second to boot up, start up rather. Okay, and then after Burp Suite is finished initializing, we can start up the Burp Suite browser. So the Burp Suite browser is special in that everything that's communicated through the Burp Suite browser is going to be recorded by the Burp Suite proxy, and that lets us take a look at all the information that is passed between the Burp Suite browser and the web server. So let's go over to proxy. We're going to open up the Burp Suite browser, and we're going to get the login page. Okay, we're going to copy that over to the Burp Suite browser. Okay, and we're going to try logging in. So like we said before, we discovered that this actually has default credentials, so admin. This lets us log in. So it says login success. Indonesian's it's a very interesting language because Indonesian takes a lot of loanwords from Dutch, and a lot of Dutch words are kind of similar to English words. I hear that Dutch is the closest European language to English that is not English. But anyways, so what we can do from here is we can go over to our profile. And in our profile, we can try uploading a photo. So what we're going to do is we're just going to grab a generic photo. Let's locate one here. So locate 1 by 1. So this gives us a list of different 1 pixel by 1 pixel images. So usually with profile pictures, you want to upload a PNG or a JPEG file. I'm just going to copy it to our own directory here. Okay, Ronana says it sounds really similar, but it sounds similar to German. It's a weird mix. So I guess, yeah, Indonesian sounds kind of like Dutch, and Dutch sounds kind of like a mix between German and English. Or at least that's what I've heard. I haven't studied Dutch, and I haven't really studied German either. I only know English. Okay, so we've got our PNG over here, and we'll just try uploading this as a test. Okay, so we're just going to choose a file to upload. Okay, select, upload it, and now we've got the file uploaded over here. So we could probably take a look at this. So right click and then open image in new tab, and it shows us our sample image. So this means we've got access to the profile picture. What we want to do is we want to replace the profile picture with the profile picture that has some malicious code inside of it. So what we can do is we can go over to our burp suite. In the burp suite, this request was recorded by the HTTP history tab over here, and this is going to be the post request to the func endpoint, or edit.php. So this is the request that sent the new profile picture. We're just going to right click on it, we're going to send it to the repeater so that we can adjust some of the information in here. Renana says, I speak 4 languages fluently, but not even one of them perfectly. Sound like a foreigner in all of them, even my native language. I mean, congratulations on learning a lot of different languages. It's definitely quite a useful skill. Okay, so what we're going to do in here is we're going to edit this. So the content type is image.png. This is what we want it to be. But we want to adjust the file name, and we want to adjust the contents of the image. So the file name can be, well, we'll call it something that we can remember. We'll call this webshell.php, because only PHP files are able, well, only PHP extension files are able to run PHP code. We'll keep the content type as image PNG, because that's, well, that's a filter on this particular application. So the contents, we can keep this as PNG. We'll keep the first few bytes of the content, because that's another way that that applications tend to tell the contents of a file. So we'll just get rid of everything else, delete that, and we'll put in our own PHP code here. So we'll put it between, well, let's just get some quick PHP code. You can find it over at revshells.com. We use this plenty long enough that we should probably memorize this code. But anyways, this is going to be the PHP command small. And this is essentially the PHP code that's going to get us remote code execution. So really quickly, I can talk about this over here. Okay, so this PHP code is going to let us execute commands on the web server. So the PHP code says, whatever's in the GET request that is a URL parameter called 0, you're going to execute those commands. So for example, we could give this command 0 equals who am I to run the who am I command, or we could run 0 equals lsla to get the contents of the current directory, etc., etc. So this is called web shell code, and it essentially lets you execute system commands from the web app. So we're going to go over here, we're going to paste in our web app, our web shell code, and then we're going to send this again. So it's going to have the file name webshell.php, it's going to have this content here, send it off, and we see here that you can only upload JPEG, PNG, and GIF files. Okay, so what did it flag on? Hold on, let me get the original request one more time. Send this back to the repeater. Rename it one more time. Webshell.png or PHP. I think we'll try leaving more of the file contents intact. Okay. So up until here, get rid of it, and then paste in the web shell code. Okay, and we'll send this. Okay, so it worked this time. So it says successful upload, great, and then we can go over to the application. And so inside the application, if we reload the page, we'll see that, well, the link is broken for this profile picture, but we can still right-click on it and then open the image in a new tab. So this is our web shell here, and what we're going to do is we're going to start giving the URL parameter. So the URL parameter for the commands are 0. 0 equals who am I, and then we get, well, we get a lot of junk data first, but the rest of the command that comes back to us is the name of the user. And the name of the user in here is ETSCTF. So we've got remote code execution on the target. So from here, what we want to do is we want to get a more stable foothold on the system. So to do that, we're going to create a file. We're going to create a file that's going to create a reverse shell connection back to our attacker machine. And we're going to use the nsfvenom command to do it. When we run nsfvenom, we're created a binary that is going to create our reverse shell connection when it's executed. We have to specify our IP address of our attacker machine here, as well as a port number to connect on. So to get this information, we can run the IPA command, and this will tell us what IP address we want to, well, what IP address our attacker machine is on this particular network interface. So it's 10.0, and it's 10.10.3.10. So this is the information we need to give when we create the reverse shell binary. So we run the command. It's going to create a file called rev.elf that we can upload to the target and then run to get our, well, our more permanent access. Okay, so we will, so rev.elf is here. What we're going to do is we're going to run a Python module, and this Python module is going to serve up all the files inside of this directory on our attacker machine. So when we run this, we can contact them. We can have the victim machine contact our attacker machine and download the file rev.elf. So we're just going to do it with this command here, wget http. Oh, what's my IP address? So wget http our attacker machine IP address. So 10.10.3.10, and we're downloading rev.elf. We're just going to grab this command here, and we're going to run it from the web shell. So the web shell's here. So 0 equals our wget command to upload our reverse shell binary to the target. Okay, so after that's done, we can run the ls command to see if it actually ended up in uploading to the target. So we see here that we've got rev.elf here, and we also see that the file was accessed by the victim machine. Bartz, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome in. We're just doing a little demonstration on how to hack this CTF target. Okay, so after we've uploaded rev.elf, we need to make the file executable, and we need to execute the file. But another thing we need to do is we need to set up a reverse shell listener to get the connection from the victim machine. Liko says, this is really cool. Well, I appreciate that, Likos. So, I mean, if you have any questions about what's going on, let me know, because I'm here to answer questions as best I can. Okay, so we're going to go over to our remote access terminal here, and we're going to create a listener for incoming connections. We will run rlwrap with netcat listening on port 443. So when the reverse shell binary activates, it'll make a connection to our attacker machine on port 443. Okay, and now we've got a listener ready to accept the reverse shell. So we'll go back to the web application. Where is it? Over here. We will make the rev.elf file executable, chmod 777 on rev.elf. And then we will run the binary. So it's just /rev.elf. Okay, so we see that the web page is in the middle of execution here. And if we go over to our listener, we see that we have a connection to our attacker machine. If we ask who am I, we're now the ETSCTF user. Thank you very much, Nakazu, thank you very much for following on Twitch. And thank you very much to Bartz and DS if I missed your follows. Thank you. Okay, Five Spotted Dog says, I remember starting my learning journey and seeing this in real time is pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, Five Spotted Dog, are you working in security right now? Or are you a student? Let me know. Okay, so from here, what we want to do is we want to stabilize our shell a little bit, because our shell's not very functional. We don't even have a prompt. We'd do this through like Python 3. So we can use the system's Python 3 file, or binary rather, to import the pty module, then pty.spawn, a bin bash shell. Okay. Bartz has followed on Twitch. Thank you very much, Bartz. Okay, so we have access now, and we've upgraded our shell to a slightly better shell. So this is what we're going to be using to do our enumeration and our privilege escalation. Okay, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're going to take a little break and have a little bit of water. But in the meantime, you can enjoy the birds. I love my birds, and we're just going to put on the birds while the ads run on Twitch. So these are some northern flecker woodpeckers. They're very cute. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. Enjoy the birds. Bartz, thank you very much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Wow, I really appreciate that. So that's so if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to Twitch, and you can subscribe to one streamer of your choice every month. If you want to know how to do that, I've got some information about that over here in the link. Okay, so we'll put away the birds. We'll get back to the hacking. So let's see, we see a message from Danny Kalmar. How long have you been into cybersecurity? I've been learning cybersecurity for about 5 years now. So I'm entering my 6th year in about a month or so. But yeah, it's been quite the journey. Five Spotted Dog says, I just started learning about this, but no school, just self-taught for now. Okay. I set up a VM with Kali and I've been doing a little, but still brand new to it all. And thank you very much to Salu12 for becoming a HackerFrog member on YouTube. HackerFrog Silver, thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. Hello, hello, says Mello, thank you. And you know what? Let's do some Hack the Planet. I appreciate all the support.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
Okay, so before we go further, I guess we'll call up Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we broke in. Just a second.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Codehaven Administrator, it seems like you enjoy deploying insecure POS applications. Well, that is a big mistake. Just like its namesake, this is also a POS, because it's not using the current version of the software. We managed to log in using default credentials, which is another mistake, and then upload a malicious PNG file, which is actually a PHP file, which we used for web shell access, and then we turned that into reverse shell access. Maybe you knew about these flaws on your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
Okay, Comrade Soul says hello. Hello, Comrade Soul. Nice to see you here. And okay, what are we doing from here? What we need to do now is we need to upgrade our access. So if we ask who am I, we are the ETSCTF user. We're kind of like a low-level user on the system. But actually, so the ETSCTF user is UID 1000. That's usually indicative of a admin level user on the system. One thing that we can do, especially on these easier level CTF challenges, is we can see if we have any sudo permissions with our current user with the sudo l command. So we see here that as the current user, users ETSCTF may run the following commands on Codehaven. So as any user, as any group with no password, we can use the user local bin escaper binary. So what is this binary? So this isn't a standard binary, of course, but we can find out more about it by using the following commands. So let's figure out what this is. So this is a link. So we can tell this is a link because they've got the L under the file list. So user local bin escaper is actually lib node modules app bin index.js. So what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with a node. So the node binary, we have to do some privilege escalation through this particular JavaScript. Rob Vo says, what a cute mask. Five Spotted Dog says, I'm going to try and get those certifications first. I don't have any IT experience beyond my own built computer, so probably won't happen for a while. So we've updated our list for getting into cybersecurity. Let me give everybody the link for the file, or for the little guide. Let's see, get into cyber. There you go. Okay, so if we know that this particular index.js file is the thing that we have privileged access with, we can take a look at it. Or let's see, I think we can take a look at the contents of the file over here. Just a second, I need to grab my notes. So the actual file we want to access is over here. User local bin, no, what is it? It is user local lib node modules app bin index.js. Okay. All right, so over here we've got a JavaScript file. So this is actually for Node.js, and this is importing a couple of other modules. So express equals require express, and escape equals require escape HTML. So these are two node modules that it's importing, and if we can control the modules that index.js is importing, then we can probably get some code injection to run our code. So what we need to do is we need to find out what's inside of escape HTML, or we can check its file permissions. Thank you very much, 50tree, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so this is how we do it. So if you do a little bit of research on this box, you can actually find out that the escape HTML module is located over here. So escape HTML is going to be an opt app node modules escape HTML. Actually, this is a directory. The interesting thing about this directory is that it's writable. So this isn't the way it should be, of course. This is a security misconfiguration. So everything inside of the opt directory should only be accessible by the root user, and everything in here is owned by the root user, but for some reason there's write permissions in here, which means that we can modify any of the files in here. Okay, Boscan says, nice people with experience in chat. I would like to ask, does the help desk level 1 job help to get into other tech-related jobs? Hi, Mr. Frog. Yeah, help desk level 1. I mean, a lot of people go from help desk into other parts of, into other like sectors of technology. So I've heard of people going from help desk into cybersecurity. I've heard of people going from help desk into development. It's like a, what is the word? It's a good jumping off point to get in the door. Yeah, get in the door of cybersecurity, well, of IT in general. So from help desk, you can go to all sorts of other areas in tech. Okay, so what we want to do is, if we're able to adjust the index file inside of this module here, escape.html or escape.html, then we can get the JavaScript to run whatever code we want. So the method of privilege escalation with Node in general, you can find it over at GTFOBins. GTFOBins is a great repository of privilege escalation methods for different binaries in Unix and Linux. So in this case, we're dealing with Node. And Node, if we've got sudo permissions, we can click on that. It says, if the binary is allowed to run as sudo superuser by sudo, it does not drop allotted privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate or maintain privileged access. So essentially, we want to inject this code over here. So this code over here is going to import a child process and then spawn an interactive shell with standard in and out for data streams 0, 1, and 2. So that's standard in, standard out, and standard error. It basically sets up a shell environment for us to use. So this is what we're going to do. So this code right here, which spawns a shell using JavaScript code, we're going to inject it into the file that we've got, we have write access for, which is, where is it? Which is this file over here. So opt app node modules escape HTML. We need to inject this code into the index.js file. So we're just going to echo something out and redirect it to index.js. And this is the code right here. So echo this thing, redirect the output to escape HTML index.js. So after we do that, let's take a look at the contents of that file. Okay, so it's got a bunch of, well, it's got a bunch of code. We don't really need to worry too much about what the code is actually doing. We do need to pay attention to the fact that we've managed to inject a new command into the end of the file here. So this is going to spawn a shell, and because we're running it as sudo, it's going to spawn a root shell. Okay, so let's run this command. So we're going to run user local bin escaper, and that's a symbolic link to an index.js script, and because we injected code into one of his dependencies, it's going to run the code in the dependency and give us a root shell. So sudo user local bin escaper. Okay, and now we're the root user. So that means...
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, let's catch up with chat. So let's see. Letgo says it's more about people. Like last time I tried to explain, let's see, to one user that a CD-ROM is not a bottle holder. CD-ROM is not a bottle holder. Well, I mean, people don't really use CD-ROMs anymore, so I guess they don't really know what the CD-ROM is actually for. Okay, so let's see. Boss Gans, hello, nice to see you here. Ronano says, I would say that cybersecurity is like an endgame because you need most of everything else to work in IT and to be able to work there. So if the help desk is level 1, then I would say cybersecurity is the last level. Okay, and why not let bygones be bygones? Wait, bygones? Why are we talking about bygones? Okay, so what I hear is hardest, I think, is to join the cybersecurity, then you have to choose a branch. Okay, level 1 is the start, and then from here you test it out and choose a proper place like cybersecurity. Rootin' tootin' is what we're doing, yeah. Okay, so we managed to become the root user through abusing the sudo binary over here. And what we can do is we can move into the root directory, we can get the flags over there. There's another flag in the home directory for ETSCTF. And I think those are all the flags on the system. Could be wrong, let's double check. Okay, there's only 2 flags on the system, so one for the user and one for root. Alright everybody, we've just finished the Codehaven challenge over on the BR Machines Network over at EchoCTF.red. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe button on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. I'm not I'm not leaving, it's just something I have to say for the YouTube video that I need to cut eventually. Okay, and Boscan says Pog. Let's see. French. So Mr. White, are you French? I didn't know. I didn't know that you were French. I thought you were American for some reason. Anyways, let's continue. Okay, so we've just finished this exercise. If you have any questions about any of the stuff that we did during the exercise, let me know. Actually, wait, there's one more thing that I should explain. Because I made this whole PDF file over here. Okay, so for privilege escalation, what we did was sudo node/script hijacking. So when we took a look at the sudo permissions for a particular user, on this system we're able to run a sudo command, and that command is a symbolic link for a Node.js file. So the Node.js file is for index.js. And we can see that the escape HTML module, its index.js file is writable, which allows us to perform code injection through the imported module. So if we take a look at the module that the script is using, it is writable, which means we can inject our own code into that script, and then when we run the JS file, it'll use the code inside of the script that we injected into and then give us a root shell. Okay, this method of privilege escalation is essentially abusing the node binary, which is documented on the GTFOpen's website. So this is kind of a modified version of taking advantage of the node binary. through script hijacking. It could be called script hijacking, it could be called dependency hijacking as well. Anyways, let's move on to the next thing we're going to be doing today. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking a look at Portswigger. So Portswigger is a great website for learning about all sorts of web app security things. So what we're going to be taking a look at today is it's fairly fun. I mean, I consider it kind of a fun vulnerability. It's called server-side template injection. We'll talk about server-side template injection and what exactly that is in just a second. Let me adjust my overlays. So topic 2 is done, topic 3 is here, topic 4 is on deck. Okay, and I'm not too sure exactly how many of these labs we're going to do, but we're going to try to get through as many as we can in the next hour or so. Okay, so if you want to join in along with us, Portswigger is completely free to sign up for, and all the labs that we're going to be using are free as well. So one of the great things about Portswigger is that everything is given to you for free, including like interactive labs, and the interactive labs are they're very, very responsive. Ronano says, I'm going to have to dip, it's getting too late, y'all have fun. Thank you very much, Ronano, and thanks for commenting on all the code writing over at The Farmer Was Replaced. Let's give you a fun video redeem to see you out. How about some Nyan Cat? Okay, so for this particular portion as well, if you want to join along with us, you're probably going to want to use Burp Suite, because while Burp Suite is created by Portswigger, and they really want you to use Burp Suite while you're working through those labs, your labs rather. Okay, Robbo asks, what is the difference between SSTI and SSRF? So SSTI is server-side template injection, versus SSRF, which is server-side request forgery. So let's see. Let me see if I can do a proper explanation of this. So SSTI is the vulnerability we're looking at today. It stands for server side template injection. And the other vulnerability that Robvo was asking about is SSRF, which is server side request forgery. So server-side template injection is essentially tricking the server-side template engine into running code that it shouldn't. I guess we can split that line up. This. Okay, and while server-side request forgery is tricking the server into accessing what is it? Into accessing server-side resources, such as other servers, which it shouldn't be able to serve to the client under normal circumstances. So I think this is what it is. I haven't studied server-side request forgery in a little bit, but I'm fairly certain that the server-side template injection definition is accurate. But let's take a look at if anybody out there has a better definition, especially for SSRF. Let me know, because I don't mind being corrected. Okay, so we're dealing with server-side template injection here. So this technique was first documented, etc., etc. Okay, we got our labs. So what is server-side template injection? Let's make this a little bigger. So server-side template injection is where an attacker is able to use native template syntax to inject a malicious payload into a template, which is then executed server-side. So template engines are designed to generate web pages by combining fixed templates with volatile data. Server-side template injection attacks can occur when user input is concatenated directly into a template rather than passed in as data. This allows users to inject arbitrary template directives in order to manipulate the template engine, often enabling them to take complete control of the server. As the name suggests, server-side template injection payloads are delivered and evaluated on the server side, potentially making them much more dangerous than the typical client-side template injection. So what is the impact of server-side template injection? So these vulnerabilities can expose websites to a variety of attacks, depending on the templating engine in question and how exactly the application uses it. In rare circumstances, these vulnerabilities pose no real security risk. However, most of the time, the impact of server-side template injection can be catastrophic. So if you're able to get server-side template injection to run on an application, you can usually run system commands with them. And if you can run system commands with them, then you can basically, what is the word? You can basically run whatever commands. Well, I mean, server-side template injection basically turns into command injection at that point. Okay, and Ash FX says, happy Pongal. Pongal, is that a holiday? If it's a holiday, let me know which country celebrates that holiday. Thank you. Okay, so at the end of the scale, an attacker can potentially achieve remote code execution, taking full control of the backend server, and using it to perform other attacks on the internal infrastructure. So Ralpho says, if I put a payload in a post request, it's called SSTI? Not always. So Thanto says, does the crab think the fish are flying? Does the crab think the fish are flying? I don't know. Is that a riddle? So if a payload, I mean, we're talking about some different things, right? So we're talking about server-side template injection, getting the server-side templating engine into running code that it shouldn't, which can include system commands. And this is opposed to like the more generic, let's see, OS command injection. This is usually when an application renders the output of system commands into the output of system commands into the web page. So usually if you've got something like OS command injection, there's some sort of user input, and through the user input you're injecting commands into there and then getting the results of those commands through the web app. So server-side template injection is, I guess you could say it's kind of related to OS command injection. It's not exactly injecting commands directly into the application. It's more like injecting commands into the templating engine, which then runs the commands. So it's kind of like one step removed. Edwin C. Chider, thank you. Thank you very much. Ash says it's a festival in South India. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, so Pongal. Is that, I'm not too sure. Is it celebrated by like a certain ethnic group, or is it everybody in the area? Anyways, let's continue. Okay, even in cases where full remote code execution is not possible, an attacker can often use server-side template injection as the basis for numerous other attacks, potentially gaining read access to sensitive data and arbitrary files. So server-side template injection arises when user input is concatenated into templates rather than passed in as data. So this is a lack of separation between user input and code. Okay, static templates that simply provide placeholders into which dynamic content is rendered, generally not vulnerable to server-side template injection. The classic example is an email that greets each user by their username, okay, such as the following extract from the Twig template. So output Twig render dear first name, array first name, user.firstname. So basically anytime you see like personalized information that is rendered onto the web page, it's usually a sign that the application might be vulnerable to server-side template injection. Xmetric says, "Yay for zero user sanitation." Well, yay for some of us, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. So this is not vulnerable to server-side template injection because the user's first name is merely passed into the template as data. However, as templates are simply strings, web developers sometimes directly concatenate user input into templates prior to rendering. Okay, so the big problem here is the lack of sanitization, and it's basically turning user input into a string rather than taking it literally, in which case you could inject some user commands, right? Okay, so in this example, instead of a static value being passed into the template, part of the template itself is being dynamically generated using the get parameter name. So as the template syntax is evaluated server-side, this potentially allows a user to place a server-side template injection payload inside of the name parameter as follows. So what is my name? My name is actually bad code, bad stuff here. So vulnerabilities like this are caused by accident due to poor template design by people unfamiliar with the security implications. Like in the example above, you may see different components, some of which contain user input, concatenated and embedded into a template. In some ways, this is similar to SQL, injection vulnerabilities occurring in poorly written prepared statements. Okay. So, however, sometimes this behavior is actually implemented intentionally. For example, some websites deliberately allow certain privileged users, such as content creators, content editors, to edit and submit custom templates by design. This clearly poses a huge security risk if an attacker is able to compromise an account with such privileges. So constructing a server-side template injection attack, identifying server-side template injection vulnerabilities and crafting a successful attack typically involves the following high-level process. Detect the vulnerability, identify the templating engine, and then exploit the vulnerability. So these are the three steps. Detect. So server-side template injections often go unnoticed, not because they are complex, it's only because they're really apparent to auditors that are explicitly looking for them. So if you're able to detect a vulnerability, then it can be surprisingly easy to exploit it. This is especially true in unsandboxed environments. So as with any vulnerability, the first step towards the attack is being able to find it. So perhaps the simplest initial approach is to try to fuzz the template by injecting a sequence of special characters commonly used in templating expressions, such as all these special characters over here. If an exception is raised, then this indicates the injected template syntax is potentially being interpreted by the server in some way. So basically, what you do is anytime you've got some user input, you put in a bunch of special characters that might be interpreted as commands by the templating engine. And if you receive an error, that means that there might be some trouble. Server-side template injection vulnerabilities occur in two distinct contexts, each of which require its own detection method. Regardless of the results of your fuzzing attempts, it is important to also try following context-specific approaches. If fuzzing was inconclusive, a vulnerability may still reveal itself in one of these approaches. Even if fuzzing did suggest a template injection vulnerability, you still need to identify it in order to identify its context in order to abuse it. Okay, so plain text context. Most template engines allow you to freely input content either by using HTML tags directly or by using the template's native syntax, which will be rendered to HTML on the back end before the HTML response is sent. For example, in FreeMaker, the line render hello plus username would render something like hello Carlos. So this can sometimes be abused for XSS and is often mistaken for a simple XSS vulnerability. However, by setting mathematical operations as the value of the parameter, we can test whether or not it's also a potential entry point for server-side template injection attacks. So for example, considering the following template, so we got hello username, but instead of a regular username, we're going to put in a template expression 7 times 7. So it's we're basically getting the templating engine to do math for us. If the templating engine will do math for us, then that means that the templating engine will probably do other stuff for us. Okay, note that the specific syntax required to successfully evaluate the mathematical operation will vary depending on the templating engine that is being used. So the next step is to, after identifying that there might be a server-side template injection vulnerability, is you need to identify which templating engine software is being used. Anyways, let's go straight to identify. So once you've detected the template injection potential, the next step is to identify the templating engine. Although there is a huge number of templating languages, many of them use very similar syntax that is specifically chosen not to clash with HTML characters. As a result, it's a relatively simple process to create probing payloads to test which templating engine is being used. Okay, so simply submitting invalid syntax is often enough because the resulting error messages will tell you exactly what the templating engine is, and sometimes even which version. For example, the invalid expression foobar triggers the following response from the Ruby-based ERB engine. Okay, so, I mean, this is like a stack trace. It basically tells you all sorts of information about the templating engine that's being used. Okay, so you need to manually test different language-specific payloads and study how they're interpreted by the templating engine. So using a process of elimination based on which syntax appears to be valid or invalid, you can narrow down the options quicker than you might think. So we've got this great little flowchart here. You might want to try this payload, and if this payload works, then you go here. Actually, let's make this bigger. So this is, well, I mean, this is how I learned it. You send a generic payload, and if the payload works and it renders this as mathematics, or gives you 49 is the answer, then you would go on to this and then try this payload. And if this payload works, then you're dealing with the Smarty engine. If it doesn't, then switch your payload to this, and if it works, then you're dealing with the Mako engine. And if it doesn't work, then we don't know which engine it is. But if this doesn't work, you try this one, and if this one does work, then you're either dealing with Jinja 2 or Twig. And if this one also doesn't give you any results, then this application is not vulnerable to server-side template injection. But if this doesn't work, if this works but this doesn't work, then we don't know what engine it is. Although I guess you could do some more research. Maybe you could try asking like the LLM if it can identify an engine. Anyways. Okay, you should be aware that the same payload can sometimes return a successful response in more than one templating language. Okay, so this payload here returns 49 in both Twig. Oh, it returns something different depending on the engine. So this returns 7 7s in Jinja 2, but it returns 49 in Twig. It's important not to jump to conclusions based on a single successful response. So after detecting the potential vulnerability exists and successfully identify the templating engine, then you can try to find ways of attacking it. Okay, so how to prevent server-side template injections. Oh, wow. I thought they would give us a bunch of labs. Hold on, I just need to go up to the... I wanted to do labs. Let's go back. Okay, here are the... Man, the labs are all in the same place. Okay, so basic server-side template injection. Where are they? Here. Okay, so here's the first lab. We're going to be completing these labs, but at the same time, we're going to be documenting what we're doing here. Okay, so that means we're going to be doing our documentation process. So each time you do a cybersecurity exercise, it's very, very important that you document how you finish the challenge. Because if you didn't document it, you didn't. Well, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. That's something we say in cybersecurity. It's something we say in like a lot of tech, because if you don't document and write a report on what you found, you're not going to get paid by your customer, and then you would be very sad. Okay, so we're doing Portswigger. Where is it? Here. Okay, and oh, we did do something for server-side request forgery. Huh. That was 2 months ago, though, so I guess I forgot what it was in that time. Okay, so we created a folder for server-side template injection. And what is this lab called? We don't know yet. Okay, we're just going to record the URL for this first, and then we'll record the concept we need to understand to finish the lab and the method of solving the lab. Okay, what's the name of this lab? So this lab is called Basic Server-Side Template Injection. Okay, let's copy that. This is what we're going to call the file when we do our write-up. Okay, so the concept is basic SSTI attack. Okay, so it says that this lab is vulnerable to server-side template injection due to an unsafe construction of the ERB template. To solve the lab, review the ERB documentation and find out how to execute arbitrary code. Then delete the morale.txt file from Carlos's home directory. Okay, so I guess we need to do a little bit of research. So we access the lab. So for each one of these labs, we want to record it in Burp Suite, because we're going to be able to replay our payloads from there much more easily than if we were to just do this manually. Okay, so we'll just grab the lab here, and let's start up our Burp Suite browser. So the Burp Suite browser here, everything that's recorded in the browser is going to be sent through the proxy, which means that we can later take a look at the proxy and see what information it recorded. So we'll go home. So we're not really told what's going on here. So view details. And music video. Good morning, sis. Why do you insist on calling me sis? I'd rather be called brother. Thank you. Okay, intercept is off. Unfortunately, this product is out of stock. So, is everything out of stock? Okay, let's read the lab details one more time. This lab is vulnerable to server-side template injection due to the unsafe construction of the ERB template. So usually when we do server-side template injection, it's vulnerable to something that takes in user input. Let's identify where on the website we can actually put in user input. I don't see anything here though. So it would usually be something like a search bar, or but we might be dealing with something that that I haven't really encountered before. Because it doesn't look like we've got any place where we can put anything in. So this is the, okay, review the ERB documentation to find out how to execute arbitrary code. Okay, so ERB template. Let's see, RCE. Okay, code execution by SSTI Ruby R ERB. Let's read the article. So Invicti identified a code execution which occurs when using an unintentional expression in the templating engine instead of string literals. Okay, even though Invicti believes that there's code execution here, it could not confirm it. An attacker could execute arbitrary code by wrong construction in template engine tags. Okay, so I mean, I'd like to take a look at a proof of concept, like a POC. Okay, we've got another article here. I wonder if this includes like an example. The application allows for HTML and template editing with the preview function. I mean, we don't see... Okay, let's go back to the application. So I think what we might be looking for is we might be looking for some place in the application where there are URL parameters. Okay, okay, I see it up here. So we see this particular message. So the message is, unfortunately, this product is out of stock. Unfortunately, this product is out of stock. Can we force this message to be something else? So if we were to take this message equals, we can write HackerFrogs rule, like and subscribe. Okay, something like this. Can we inject it in here? Okay, so message equals HackerFrogs rule. Okay, so we managed to inject into the template to create this message right here, HackerFrogs rule. So from here, what we want to do is we want to figure out what kind of payloads we can use to abuse server-side template injection for the ERB engine. So there's a new website that I like to use. It's called Payload Playground. And it's got all sorts of fun little payloads for different types of vulnerabilities. Thantos has been learning bash scripting. The you suck at programming bash course is also amazing. If you have time, check it out. If you've yeah, let me give it a quick Google search. Just a second. Okay, so are we talking about this website right here? The complete bash course is now on live. It's available as a 7-hour YouTube video for free over here. Yeah, okay. I'll paste the link in the chat if you're interested in learning about Linux and bash. Alright, so Payload Playground has all sorts of great payloads we can use for different types of vulnerabilities. So in this case, we're looking for SSTI, server-side template injection, and we're going to be using the ERB. So ERB Ruby are we running detection payloads? File read. We've also have file read, file to read, etc. password, generated payload here. So we can grab this and we can see if we can get the template to give us the etc. password file on the web app by pasting in the payload here into message. And it works. It works. Okay, so let's start our documentation first, because I think we're pretty close to finishing the lab, but we need to record what we found. Okay, so in the web app, if a product is out of stock, the error message appears in the URL parameter of the web page. For example, okay, so what was the message? Well, let's get that from the web app. Oh. Hold on. I need to reset this thing. This. Okay, so something like this. This means we could put whatever we want into the URL parameter, or it's the message URL parameter. And it will be reflected on the subsequent web page. Okay. We have been told that the app is using the Ruby ERB templating engine. So we can test if we can read arbitrary files with this payload in the message URL parameter. Okay, and the payload is over here. This one. Okay, this works. So we can proceed with deleting the target file for the lab's goal. The morale.txt file in the Carlos user's home directory. Okay, so we want to just do like an arbitrary command. Let's go back to the payload. So ERB Ruby payload type is going to be RCE. So RCE Ruby ERB. So we can basically put whatever we want inside of here. So the command to execute is rm home Carlos morale.txt. Okay, we'll just grab the payload here. We will go back to the lab. Oh, the lab is I'm logged out of the lab. Hold on, I need to log back in. Actually, we don't really need to use burp suite in this case. We can just put it in here. So message equals this thing. Okay, and it says, congratulations, you solved the lab. That means we've successfully deleted the morale.txt file. So I'm just gonna include this in the write-up, and then we'll be done. Okay, Thanto says, not a related question, but if you don't mind, can I ask, I always have this feeling that what even is the point of learning programming languages and tools when they will be replaced in the future? What is the point of learning programming languages and tools when they will be replaced in the future? I mean, which programming languages and tools are you thinking about? As far as I know, like, there's still use cases for really, really old languages. So, I mean, if we're talking about old programming languages, let's pretend we're dealing with really old languages like Algol, or maybe COBOL, or maybe, what is another, like, really, Pascal? All of these languages are probably being used by very, very old infrastructure, like banks, like bank servers, or industrial control software. So these organizations are still looking for people who code and can understand these languages. So Sick in the Mind says, there's a really big initiative with ISO 20022 to drive modernization. The thing is that, I mean, even if you use like one of these really obscure languages, you might be able to find work, because there's still, I mean, somewhere out there, there's some like really old piece of equipment that's still using it. Okay, Sick in the Mind says they want people who code modern languages in addition to COBOL, not just COBOL on its own. Well, I mean, it still means that COBOL is still being, it does mean that COBOL is still being used. I'm not saying that you should be, you know, you should be going out of your way to learn this stuff unless you really want to specialize like that. But I mean, what are you talking about? If we're talking about tools, like old tools, for example, I mean, learning a tool isn't super. It's not usually a really big investment of time. So if we're talking about like web tools, we could talk about Derb. I mean, I still run Derb every once in a while. There's stuff like Nikto, or like even like Dirbuster. These are old tools. They're usually being, you know, newer tools are being used to are replacing these stuff like GoBuster. Even GoBuster is considered kind of old at this point. So stuff like GoBuster, stuff like FerrixBuster, stuff like FFUF. I mean, it's fine. You don't. If you learning how to use Derb doesn't take up all that much time. Maybe, you know, it's not as if you're using like a really complicated tool that takes you like weeks and weeks to learn like the ins and outs. If you're talking about like, as far as like the most complicated like web app tool, probably the most complicated web app tool I use on a regular basis is Burp Suite, but that's not going away anytime soon. Gamer Girl Clip says, I think I saw a job listing, from NASA for really old programming languages on their satellites. So Second in Mind says NXC or NetExec is the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, they're trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink into NetExec for sure. Okay, so let's finish this off. So we got our payload over here. Just gonna copy it. I'm gonna go over to here. So this is the payload we use, and done. Finis. Okay, Thanto says C is 57-ish years old and Bash is like 36 years old. I mean, I don't think C is going anywhere. Like new modern apps that use C, probably not as many new new apps are written in C, of course. But people study C because C is kind of like the Latin. C is kind of like the Latin of modern programming languages because so many languages spawned out of like the principles of C. As far as Bash is concerned, I mean, the thing about Bash is that I don't think there's anything that's coming around to replace Bash. I might be wrong, of course. Okay, we should probably rename this. Hold on. Let me just rename this because I'm going in order of how we solved them. So let's call this 01. If anybody in chat has an opinion about the stuff we're talking about, I'd love to hear your opinion. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. So this lab is solved. We solved this one, okay. The next lab is basic server-side template injection code context. Okay, let's make a new file for this. So every time you name your files in GitHub, you need to be careful that it doesn't have any of the naughty characters that it doesn't like. I'm pretty sure parentheses are not allowed, so we'll just replace them with we'll just replace these with underscores. Okay. Randolph says, many programming languages have roots in C. If you can understand how to program in C, you can understand almost any other language. I mean, I've studied a little bit of C, and with my limited knowledge of C, I understand C++ way better. Well, I mean, that's pretty obvious because, like, you know, C++ is a superset of C. But the other languages that are not exactly related, well, I see a lot of similarities. If you know C and you know Python, you can recognize the syntax of a lot of other languages. Okay, URL, concept, and method of solve. Okay, let me grab all that stuff. Let's copy that. Here's our URL. Our concept is code context. I don't know. SSTI with code context. How do we solve this thing? Okay, here we are. Let's go ahead and put this in our Burp Suite browser. Okay, so this lab is vulnerable to a server-side template injection due to the way it unsafely uses a tornado template. So we know the templating engine again, so it's tornado this time. To solve the lab, review the Tornado documentation to discover how to execute arbitrary code, then delete the morale.txt file from Carlos's home directory. You can log in with your own account using the following credentials: Wiener Peter. Okay, so do we take the hint right now? We won't take the hint yet, but we might take it in a little bit. Okay, so my account, we'll try logging in first with our provided credentials. Wiener Peter. Okay, so it says your username is Wiener, your email is wiener@normaluser.net. Okay, so we can update our email and we can update our preferred name. Oh, interesting. So this is probably, so first name and last name. So we don't have a last name, I don't think. Nickname. So preferred name is nickname. Let's go to our account or home. Okay, so this is just a blog. Can click on this, and then we can leave a comment. Test. Your comment has been submitted back to the blog. And our nickname is Hot Dog. Our nickname is Hot Dog. Where do we set our nickname though? Let's go back to my account. So your username is Wiener, your email is wiener@normaluser.net. Can we update our account? Okay, so my account is here. Home is here. I think we'll take the hint. The hint probably tells us about how to change our settings. Okay, take a closer look at the preferred name functionality. Okay. Let's see if we can... Oh, you know what? This might have been inside of one of the packets. So we'll go back to our HTTP history. Let's go all the way down. We have a lot of stuff in our history now. So post comment and post change blog author display. Okay, let's put this in the repeater. Okay, so blog post author display user.nickname. User.nickname. So this is, this is an object that's being used by the application, but I don't see how we can directly... Can we directly inject into this? Let's just put in like test, like a string test, and send it, see if it works. Okay, and then let's go back. So preferred name functionality, go back to my account, and actually let's go back to home. So in home we left a message on this one. Okay, so we changed it. We changed our nickname to test, which means you can probably change it to something else. We should probably grab our templating engine payloads now. So we know that this is using Tornado. So server-side template injection generator. Let's see, where's Tornado? Tornado templating engine. Tornado template flexible output generation. Tornado web server. So what does Tornado use? Software. Tornado Template Engine can refer to two distinct software products. They're Tornado Python Tornado Python Web Framework's built-in system. So the open source Tornado web server. So, I mean, in this case, it's probably using something like Jinja 2. So Jinja 2 Python or Mako Python, one or the other. Oh, Tornado Templates Python, they've got this tier too. Never mind, I didn't scroll down. Okay, so Tornado Templates in Python will do just like detection payload. So detection payload is going to be something like this. Let's make it do math. So we'll go back in here, we'll change our nickname to mathematics. So 7 times 7. Send that. Okay, and then we'll go back to the application and then we will reload the page. So if this says 49, then we've got server-side template injection. Okay, but we've got EOL while scanning string literal. So it might be taking issue with the fact that it's inside a string. So we can just omit the quotes here. And then we'll reload the page. Okay, great. We got it to do math. So so we've confirmed the server-side template injection. So from here, we just need to find a way to weaponize the payload. So detection payloads, we're just going to switch to file read payloads. The file path to inject into the file read payload is this, apparently. The file read handler settings. So I guess we can't, well, let's see what the response is. So we'll copy this, we'll go back to Burp Suite, and we'll just paste this in. Okay, send it, and then reload this page. Okay, global name handler is not defined, so this is not the correct payload, or the payload doesn't work rather. So let's see. So Tornado templates, we can do file read, we can do config read. We'll do RCE Python Jinja 2 Mako Tornado. All right. Well, I mean, if we can do this, then we essentially finish the exercise. Let's give it a go. Okay, let's see if we can put it in to our thing here. Okay, send it off, and then reload the page. Global name get secure cookie is not defined. I think we need to modify the payload or encode it or something. I think we need to encode this payload, otherwise it's not going to work. So we'll just grab this and we'll URL encode it. Okay. All right. So this might get it passed. Okay, send it off, and then go back to the application. Reload. Get secure cookie is not defined, so it might be a problem with the payload itself. Let's see, get secure cookies payloads. So template is Python, It's RCE for Python Jinja 2. Let's clear the settings. We're still doing Tornado templates, RCE. So we're using get secure cookie here, but it's not working. We could also go to other places to look for payloads for Python. Let's see. I think it should be like payload all the things for SSTI. Well, yeah. IoT Ready Red says IoT project and also turned off the street light. Turned off the street light? Did you manage to do that with what did you do to do that? Okay, payload all the things, server-side template injection. Let's go. Let's see. Methodologies. We have our tools. And we're looking for something that works with Python. Maybe we should directly search for this in Google search. Python Tornado template RCE payload. Okay, a common the AI Google gives this to us. That's kind of funny. A common RCE payload for a vulnerable Tornado template is import OS, OS p open command here and read. This okay, let's give it a try. I'm surprised that the AI is just feeding this to us. Bad AI. I'll take it though. Okay, command here. We'll go back in. See if it works. Okay, so we'll send this off. Then we'll reload the page. No handlers could be found for tornado.application. So tornado.application, this isn't working. But we can go back. So basic command execution. Import OS, while these are two separate commands. So payload detection, I mean the basic payload works. The problem is that when we try to make it more complicated, it doesn't seem to go through. Okay, let's go back here. We'll just try the basic payload again as a little sanity check to make sure that whatever it is works. Send this, then reload the page. Okay, so this does work. It's just that when we start sending more complicated payloads, it doesn't quite know how to interpret them. Okay, time-based blind RCE reverse shell. Code execution via SSTI Python Tornado. Okay, let's take a look at the blog articles. So Invicti, code execution. So there's no payload here. So SSTI. Okay, so we're looking for tornado templates. Tornado. Basic injection, and then remote command execution. Where's our basic injection? Okay, so OS system, who am I? Import OS, something, something. Alright, let's give this a try. Could it be this easy? Send that. Go back, reload the page. Okay, so I think OS is not defined. So we need to avoid. We need to avoid importing this way. I'm sure there's another way we can get this to go through. We just need to avoid using that method. So OS system, oh, I guess it's not imported yet. So we need to import it first. Okay. We'll give this a go. But this looks almost identical to the other command that we're using here. We're only not, the only difference is we're not using spaces. Okay, so we'll try sending this. It's ecstatic. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Okay, send the thing. Reload. So import OS. Invalid syntax. So what doesn't it like? Import OS. System. This is probably fine. I'll try URL encoding this. Then we'll give it another try. It doesn't want to encode this thing for. Okay, it seems to work. Okay, let's go and paste this in. Okay, this has given us the same. No, is it stuck? No, okay, it's not stuck. Okay, so we need to. It says invalid syntax. Import OS, remote command execution. So the two templates, we need to find some way to give this command import OS without explicitly using the keyword import. I'm pretty sure there is a method that we can import without the word import. I saw it in like other CTF challenges. So Python import without import keyword. Okay, here are the primary ways to use the import keyword. I mean, we don't want to use... Oh, import without. Import keyword, without. Import statement is a standard and recommended method in Python. Modules can be loaded in programmatically without using the import keyword using built-in functions. So this one over here, import the system module. So import sys, and then, yeah, we could try replacing this one over here. So we got, so import, instead of import OS, we use this method instead. We might need to give it some space. that was weird. Okay, copy it. Go back. Replace. Send it. Still has invalid syntax. So what does it say? Line 15. Exec don't inherit true. Invalid syntax. Which part of this is not? Okay, okay. So I'll just feed this into the AI. Maybe it can tell me what exactly is going wrong with this. Okay, so I'm doing a SSTI CTF challenge. How can you be so calm in Nano? Well, I mean, I'm less calm when I'm using Vi or Vim, because I'm less used to using those. What's wrong with my payload from this message? So we'll just give this over. It should take a little while to come back to us. Because ChatGPT is not super responsive, especially on this web browser. Because it's inside a VM and all that other good stuff. Yeah, it's slowing down the page. Okay. Let's see if we can find some other places to locate. Oh, okay, so we got Tornado Basic Injection, and then Tornado Remote Command Execution. Why 4.0? Is it for the censorship? It's not for the censorship, but we're using 4.0 because it takes less time to process than 5.1 or 5.2. Universal payloads also work for Mako. So any of these payloads allow direct access to the OS module. Maybe we should use this. Hold on, let's give it a try. So this is Mako, but Mako is also like a Python templating engine, which means it might work. Okay. Let's get rid of this thing. Send it. It's still giving us invalid syntax. Let's go back and see if the AI has finished thinking about that thing. Okay, you're attempting a server-side template injection payload, likely targeting a Tornado or Python-based templating engine, but this error means that there's a syntax issue in your template code. Let's break it down and correct it. So this line is malformed due to the invalid template delimiters. You're mixing %sign and this, and Python statements improperly. So this is Tornado's template syntax. So this is for Python statements control flow, and this is for expressions. Values 1 evaluated. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Teluk5. Welcome in. What is up? Let's give you a fun little redeem. How about some Hack the Planet? And thank you for subscribing on YouTube, Elijah Coleman. Thank you very much.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so let's see. So this makes no sense syntactically. Fixed payload. So a clean working STI payload that executes open, popen, who am I, read, in the Tornado template might look like this. Okay, this assumes that the app uses Tornado-like or Gingin 2-like templating engines and does not filter access to import. Okay, so try this flow. Well, let's copy paste. Okay, paste it in. Bam, send it. Okay, so I think it worked. Carlos. So this payload works. Thanks, ChatGPT. You helped a lot. All right, so this is a working payload, which means we can complete the challenge. Let's do our little write-up. So method of solve. Let's talk a little bit about how we discovered the method of, well, the injection point. So the method of solve, we are able to set our preferences after we log into the app. One of the preferences is to set our user's nickname, which will be output on blog posts. Or are they, well, yeah, blog posts that our user publishes. Okay. After setting our, what is it called in the app? After setting our preferred name to nickname, in the app, and sending, and well, I guess clicking the button, we can access that post request in Burp Suite history. It looks like a post request to this endpoint. Okay, let's grab the endpoint. So post to my account, change blog post author display. Okay, in the post data, we see a parameter called, what is it called? Blog post author display. And we can inject SSTI payloads into its value. The first payload to, well, okay. We are told that the templating engine being used is Tornado, which is a Python templating engine. We can use this payload to, what is the word? Confirm the SSTI vulnerability. Okay, so the confirmation payload is seven times 7. because it works, we can move on. Move on to an RCE payload. And because this works, we can delete the Carlos user's file morale.txt with this payload. To complete the lab. So it's basically the same thing, except that the OS command is going to be rm/home Carlos morale.txt. Okay, let's go ahead and give that command over in Burp Suite. So this is what I was talking about. Most of the time when you're doing these Burp Suite labs, you're not going to be able to complete them unless you're using Burp Suite or some other proxy that lets you modify requests. Okay, let's go back and see if we completed the lab. And lab completed. Awesome. Okay, we're going to move on to the final part of today's stream after this. I don't think we need Burp Suite anymore. It's a bit faster than curl. Well, the funny thing about Burp Suite is that any of these requests you can turn into curl requests. So for example, if you got this one over here, you can right click and then you can copy as curl command in bash. And then if you go back to, and if you try to paste this, this turns into the exact curl syntax you need to run the command. If you really wanted to do it command line style and feel all cool about that. Okay. All right, let's commit these changes. We're done. Unfortunately, we're only able to get 2 of these labs finished, but better than nothing. Okay, let's move on to the final part of today's stream. So topic 3 is done, topic 4 is here. Okay, we're going to be doing TryHackMe. We're continuing with our IoT hacking stuff. Let's get rid of all these tabs we're not using. Oh, but we wanted that tab. Where's our Reddit? HackerFrogs Reddit. Everybody, did you know? HackerFrogs has a Reddit. And we also have a Discord if you want to join. Okay, let's close out all these windows we're not using because it bugs me when we have too many windows open. And okay, so we're going to be doing TryHackMe. We're going to be hacking MQTT, which is a very common protocol for IoT devices. We've been using this document over here to teach us how to do it. Arendo says, I like your passion, bro. I have an exam where I finished. I will study. When I finished, I will study cybersecurity. Awesome, awesome. Great to hear. Are you studying some other tech-related topic, or is it? Tell me what you're studying. Okay, so we're going to be doing this room over here called Broker from TryHackMe. Apparently, it's is this a medium level room? It's a medium level room apparently. Okay, we'll see about that. So to access it, I guess we need to activate our VPN for TryHackMe. Sudo openvpn. This one. Okay, and then we will turn on the virtual machine. So we'll join the room first. So I've never done this room, but I did a search, and apparently this room uses MQTT stuff. So that's why we're here. Because we're here to hack the IoT devices. Am I not logged in? I guess not. Okay, join the room, and then start the machine. Oh, it says it's going to take 6 to 10 minutes to start up. That's kind of unfortunate. Okay, Aaron Doe says, I'm in high school last year. Okay, I will apply to Estonian Taltech Cybersecurity. Awesome, awesome. I mean, why don't you take a look at the guide? So let's see. Get into cyber. So we've got a link that that leads to some, well, webpage with some advice talking about how to get into cybersecurity. So if you ever wanted to, well, I mean, it's kind of a work in progress, but it's I think it's a pretty good start. Okay, we'll get our IP address soon, and then we can start our scans. So this is called the broker machine, huh? So we might as well do a walkthrough for this as well. So let's see. HackerFrogs walkthroughs for TryHackMe. So our previous MQTT machine that we did bugged. I've created a walkthrough for this one as well. Okay, create new file. This is called broker. So we'll record a few things. So the URL, the challenge, concept, we're still dealing with the MQTT pen testing. And the method of solve, we don't know yet. Okay, let me grab the URL for this challenge. Okay, we've got an IP address. So we're just going to copy this. And then we're going to go and do our port scanning. So it's okay. So we're scanning. I might not be connected. Okay, so Erendos says, I have fundamental knowledge of Python and Linux, SQLI, XSS, file upload vulnerabilities. I tried to enter the link, but it doesn't open. Really? Really? Let me... So it opens for me. Yeah, it opens for me. I'm not too sure. Can somebody else on YouTube try to open up the link for the tiny URL link and tell me if you can use it or not? So I'll just post the link again. So let me know if the link works. So some browsers don't like tiny URL. Maybe the CDN stuff doesn't work. I mean, the other link is this one over here. Let me grab it. This one. Oh, it does open now. Okay. All right, so it looks like this don't have access to the machine. Let's try pinging it. Yeah, it works. Okay, now it works. Before it didn't. Anyways, let's put on some new music. How about this stuff? So we got port 22. Port 1883 is expected. Port 8161 is not. So the standard port for IoT devices using MQTT is 1883. What is 8161? And 41557? I don't know about these. I guess we'll find out in a second after the Nmap scan comes back. Noisy source, appreciate it. No worries, no worries. I'm here to help. Okay, so this is the machine here. So check enumeration and flags. Oh, okay. There's kind of like a walkthrough here. So it says Paul and Max found a way to chat at work by using a certain kind of software. They think they've outsmarted their boss, but they don't seem to know that eavesdropping is quite possible. They better be careful. So do a TCP port scan of all the ports with port numbers greater than 1000 and smaller than 10,000. Which TCP ports do you find to be open counting up? Well, I mean, there's obviously 1883, which is MQTT, and the other one is this one right here, 8161. I wasn't really expecting there to be questions, so I guess we can include these in our write-up as well. Okay, so the method to solve, I guess we've got question 1, question 2. Question 1 is this, and we've got a question 2, which is over here. What is the name of the software? We don't know yet. I'm just getting this ready because we have to answer these questions eventually. We also have question 3. Which video games are Paul and Max talking about? Okay, and we've got a question 4. So we got flag.txt and root.txt. We don't need to put these in. Well, we don't need to put them in the write-up because we don't want to spoil everything to that degree. Anyways, let's go back. So we got SSH, MQTT. Oh, they've got a web page. They've got another web page on port 8161. Okay, I mean, we can check this out. So first of all, I probably want to start up my listener. So we want to subscribe to everything on MQTT. So Arindo says, I hate networking in cybersecurity. I hate well, I mean, are you talking about computer networking or are you talking about person social networking? If you're talking about computer networking, I mean, you can, if you study it long enough, you'll eventually get it. Computer networking is, it's not super complicated, but you do need to pay attention to it sometimes. Okay, so the tool that we used last time was called like MQTT client shell or something. Yeah, Python MQTT client shell. So we'll probably use the same. Oh, computer networking. Yeah, I mean, if you work at computer networking long enough, you'll be able to get the concepts eventually. You might make some mistakes, but it's pretty much, it's not super complicated. You just need to spend enough time. Okay, let's git clone this repository, and then we can go in there. Oh, this is, well, we're probably not going to be using nmap scanning anymore. Let's rename this MQTT client shell. Okay, so we just need to run it. So Python what's the name of the script? MQTT client shell. Okay, so Python MQTT client shell. Okay. So if this is running MQTT, we can do it like this. I think it's like logging off, which means we're not gonna be recording anything here. And then we will do connection, and then we'll do host, and then the IP address. So the IP address for this challenge is what? Here. Ichio Venki says, hi, I completed Burp Suite, but I was using Community Edition. I can't do the scan of the domain or spider. Can you tell me any alternatives to do that? Yeah, I mean, if you want to do directory busting can be done with any number of tools. Okay, so now we're connected to the MQTT service. we're going to subscribe to everything, to all the topics. So just subscribe to everything, and then hopefully we can start getting some messages. But I guess if it's an authenticated MQTT, then we're going to need to grab that username and password first. But Itch.io Venki, yeah. So some other tools that are commonly used for spidering and scanning. Door busting tools. So you could use GoBuster, you could use FerrixBuster, or you could use FFUF. I'm not too sure which one of these are installed by default, but generally I would say GoBuster is a pretty good go-to. What is MQTT in basic terms? Yeah, okay, so we're dealing with MQTT protocol in this hacking challenge, and MQTT is a messaging service for, well, used by IoT devices. For example, you've got your smart fridge, your IoT thermostat, and so it consists of subscribing to a device or publishing messages. Rano Stokes says, Derb and likely Dirbuster are default in Kali. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that all those really old ones are default in Kali Linux. I'm not too sure about GoBuster. GoBuster used to be default, but I think you need to install it now. So it consists of subscribing to a device or publishing messages. So messages are usually reports of various data that the IoT device uses in its operations. So for example, a smart thermostat will include current temperature and set temperature in its messages. I guess we can put that between some quotes. So there's the potential for a lot of sensitive data leakage in MQTT. Okay, let's go back. So we didn't receive anything. We might need to log in. So the other thing we need to do is we need to take a look at the other ports that were reported. So the other port is, what is it? Let's get rid of this. I think it was like 18 something something, 1861. '8161. Oh, okay. So this is... Oh, this isn't exactly MQTT. It's ActiveMQ. So ActiveMQ is the Apache messaging service. Okay, so Apache MQ. So what do you want to do next? I guess this is the answer to one of those questions. So they asked us, what is the name of the software they use? ActiveMQ. Okay, and then, so ActiveMQ, they probably have a section on ActiveMQ in Hacktricks as well. Hold on, let me look it up. I've dealt with ActiveMQ once before. Where's my search tool? So it's 8161. What's the port? 8161. Maybe it's non-standard. Let's look for ActiveMQ. Brute force cheat sheet stomp for ActiveMQ, RabbitMQ, etc. So the Stomp text protocol is a widely used messaging protocol that allows seamless communication and interaction with popular messaging queuing services, such as RabbitMQ, ActiveMQ. Oh, I haven't set my timer. Hold on, let's put a couple hours on the clock. I don't think it'll take us 2 hours to do this challenge, but I don't know. It's possible, I suppose. So we do 120 minutes. Start. Okay, so the other thing we could do is we could just use the application, manage MQ broker. It's looking for a username and password. Admin. No. Oh, it was admin. Wow, amazing. Thank God for default credentials. Okay, Hackspree, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated. Okay, so welcome to ActiveMQ Broker, console of broker. Okay, so name is broker, version is something. Huh. So the version of ActiveMQ being used is 590. We should probably check this for known vulnerabilities. Let's do it over here. Search for ActiveMQ version this. Okay, web shell upload. Wait. There's a web shell upload vulnerability for this version of ActiveMQ. Well, I mean, it's for every version of ActiveMQ below 5.14, which is what we're dealing with right now, because we're dealing with 5.90. So this is a forbidden platform module. I guess we can spin up our forbidden platform then. Let's do it over here. So we'll call this the Meta X console. Okay. And then we'll start it up. So let's see. MSF console. Okay, so we got the console up here, and what was this thing? So Java remote something. All right, thank you very much. Quang Tao, Vietnamese name. I'm pretty sure. But welcome to the stream, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so we've got a Ruby script here. We should probably be able to find this thing with searching for ActiveMQ. Search ActiveMQ. So 5x, oh geez. So many of these. Directory traversal. We're looking for like 5 point something, right? Directory traversal shell upload. Okay, let me take a look at that path. So the path was Java remote, and so Apache ActiveMQ RCE 2023 something something. Well, we also have an CVE here as well. We could search for this. Okay, just look it up. So 2023 4604. The Java Open Wire Protocol marshaller vulnerable to remote code execution. This doesn't mention Apache ActiveMQ. Update on this CVE. The other place we could look for the vulnerability is in the DB. And then we can search for it. I think we're looking for directory chorizo shell upload. I mean, this is only for Windows. So for Windows, it's this. For Java, it's this. Okay, so this is called web shell upload. So I guess we need to look for the word web shell when we search for this. ActiveMQ web. Okay, so I think this is it. All right. What's the room name? Hey, Yasin Pro. Hello, nice to see you here. We're currently doing this room called Broker from TryHackMe. Okay, so use 0. And let's get some info about this. Okay, so the file server web application in Apache ActiveMQ 5.x before 5.14 allows remote attackers to upload and execute arbitrary files via an HTTP put followed by an HTTP move request. Okay, so basic auth password admin. Well, I mean, this is we know this, okay? And we've got the R port. So the target port is 8161, which is correct. The R host. So the R host is the vulnerable machines IP address, which is this. Set R hosts to this IP address. And do we need to configure anything else? Okay, so view the full module with the info D command. Ichiovenki says, because of you, instead of random things, I started to do web application pen testing yesterday. I bypassed a login. Awesome, Ichiovenki. Thank you. Thank you for telling me about that. Yeah, I mean, web app pen testing is, well, I mean, it's very in demand. It's also pretty easy to pick up because all of us use web browsers. All of us access web pages like every day. So it's a lot easier to wrap your head around than something like reverse engineering or binary exploitation. Stuff that involves a lot of what is the word? A lot of prerequisites to get into. Okay, so it says apparently there's nothing else we need to set up here. So available targets are Java Universal or Linux or Windows. So web shell upload. Okay, let's run the thing. Is this working? Okay, this may require manual cleanup on the target. So it was completed, but no session was created. Starting reverse TCP handler on this thing? Oh. Hold on. What's our IP address? So our IP address, we should probably specify our IP address. Because otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, so Arando says, I think cryptography is the hardest part of cybersecurity. I mean, cryptography, yeah. Most people in cybersecurity aren't learning like really deep cryptography, but there's a lot of cryptography used inside of cybersecurity because it's what keeps everybody's stuff private. Okay, let's run the thing again. Okay, now we have a shell. Do we have a shell? Interpreter shell. Info? I haven't run interpreter in a long time. How about shell? And then, who am I? We are the active MQ user. What is in here? So we've got direct access to this thing. So Arando says, yeah, cryptography is all about advanced math stuff. I mean, if you want to learn about cryptography, I've got a website that I use when I'm teaching basic cryptography. It's called CryptoHack. Yeah. This one right here. I need to teach myself more cryptography so that I can teach it in the future. So currently, when I teach cryptography, I'm usually teaching only classical cryptography, which is not used by modern cybersecurity. But the classic cryptography is used a lot in CTF competitions. Okay, HDFNK says, can't we access or hack a blockchain? Hack the blockchain itself? I mean, there is something called like smart contracts. Smart contract hacking, and if you're able to hack smart contracts, then you can probably, well, make a lot of money through like bug bounty stuff. Not that I would know anything about that, but you can give it a go. I haven't looked up this stuff before, but I should probably teach myself at least a little bit, because it seems to be a really big thing. Okay, so we got subscribe.py. What are we supposed to do on this target again? What video game are Paul and Max talking about? Okay, I guess we need to do a little bit of snooping around. So chat.py. So secret chat, topic secret chat, hostname localhost. Interesting. Say, Paul says, have you played the video game Hacknet yet? So the thing is that we set up our MQTT like shell, but we weren't able to get any of these messages. So is the shell looking for like a specific username or something? Okay, Randolph says, what was it? Is CryptoHack yours? No, CryptoHack is not mine. I don't own any of these websites. I'm just a person who, what is the word? Curates different cybersecurity websites for learning about, for education purposes. Okay, Randolph says, should also check out the Darknet Diaries on smart contracts. Interesting listen. Which one is that specifically? Darknet Diaries, smart contract. DD, okay. So was it DD? Tornado. We also have this one called Smart Wallets. Or Hot Wallets. Smart contract, probably this one, right? Tornado Cash, right? Probably this is the one you're thinking of. So is this just the transcript, or can you play the episode from here as well? Yeah, you can play it from here as well if you wanted to. Darknet Diaries is a really good cybersecurity podcast. If you're interested in getting into cybersecurity, I'd give some of these episodes a listen. They're very, very interesting. I guess one that I would really recommend from Darknet Diaries is... oh, what is it called? It was called like Shadow Brokers? Yeah, this one, episode 53. This one's really good. I recommend playing it in the listening to the podcast as opposed to reading it. You can listen to these episodes while you're doing your chores or going for walks and stuff like that. It's great listening. Okay, so topic, secret chat, port 1883. And I wonder why I couldn't connect to this thing. So topic equals secret chat. Let's see, client ID. Do you need to specify a client ID? I mean, we've got direct access to this, but it'd be nice to be able to figure out how to access this from MTT client ID, this. Oh, we need to set this as our client ID? Maybe we can. Hold on. Thank you very much, Hail NSR, for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so where's my client shell? So let's see. Connection arguments: host, port, keep alive, bind address, will, username, password, client ID. Oh, we can set our client ID. Client ID. Okay, so we've got a new client ID. And then we'll try subscribing. Although we also have the, what is it called? Unknown syntax client ID. Client. How do we set our own client arguments? Hold on. List subscriptions, playback, stop recording, publish, unsubscribe all. And Hail NSR, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Let's see. Let's take a look at this thing. Okay. So let's installation, running it, help, sample session, global commands, logging, recording, so that the bind address, set the IP address of the local network interface to bind the client to, assuming multiple interfaces exist. Okay. Keep alive port host. So the host of the MQTT server. Topic username. Set the username for the MQTT server authentication defaults to blank. Password TLS SSL. Connect, disconnect, publish, subscribe. Thank you very much, Hesham Batter, for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome, welcome in. Okay, so here's the thing. We've got the script. Where is the script? We have this the Python script that is used to create the MQTT client. So MQTT client ID is this, protocol is this. While true, publish all this stuff. Alright, so I'm going to try fitting this to the... I could feed this to the AI, or maybe I could struggle a little bit longer. So we know that the client ID is this, but how do we set this as our client ID? Because I'm not too sure if I can get the messages. So client publish all this stuff here. Client connect hostname port 60. Port, well, we got port here, localhost. Topic equals secret chat. So can we subscribe to secret chat? Let's give it a try. Subscribe secret chat. Okay, client is not, oh, we're not connected. Connect. Now we're connected. It says unknown syntax connect. What? The client is not currently connected. So we have our arguments here. Hold on, let me look at what I did last time. I'm not super used to doing this stuff. This is where I look at my previous walkthroughs. So this is why documentation is important. If there's something that you did before, you need to figure out how to do it again. You look at your documentation. Okay, so connection, connect. Logging off, connection, host IP address, connect. Let's just get out of here first. We'll start anew. We'll start fresh. Okay. Logging off. Randolph says, be back in a bit. Gym closing soon after my music died. No worries, no worries. And hope you have a good gym session. Okay, so logging off and then connection. Connection and then set your host. Host is... Oh, what's the IP address? IP address is here. Okay. Connection, host, connect. So now we're connected. We don't have any subscriptions. We could try subscribing all. Subscribe to all this stuff, but it doesn't give us anything. Yeah, Pepe Manuel Prieto. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, unfortunately we can't get anything here. Leandro Jr., thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, and theories on nature of reality. Hello, nice to see you here. Subscribe. Yeah, it doesn't give us any subscriptions though. We know that the name of this is we're just kind of like going through this for fun because we already have like shell access on the machine. So we see that the topic is called secret chat. Can we just subscribe to it manually? Subscribe secret chat. It says the client is not. Well, why is the client not connected? So we did the connect. Yeah, that's weird. Why do we get this message? There is a nature of reality. What are we hacking? We're doing a challenge over at TryHackMe. It's called Broker, and it's supposed to be about IoT devices. Thank you very much, Grey Thundra. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated. Unknown syntax connect. So we did. So we weren't connected before. Then we give the connect command. Now we're connected. The client is not currently connected. TLS not used, username, password. Do we need to give like a username and password? Why are we not connected? Oh, I killed the shell by mistake. Okay, so turn logging off, then okay, what's the order? So I'm taking a look at the examples here. So the example session does logging off and then connection and then connect and then subscribe to everything. Connection. Okay, and then we set our host. So our host is going to be the IP address. So the IP address is here. We have the host now, okay? And then we connect. Connected. It says we're connected now. So we run subscribe to everything. Subscribe to everything, but it says the client is not currently connected. But why? It says we're connected right here. This is so weird. Use subscribe. Yeah, I mean, we tried it, but we get this error message. Let me make sure that this thing is actually there. So this is what 10, 65, 140, 68. 10, 10, 65, 140, 68. We'll just make sure that this thing is up. So we're only scanning one port. Should come back to us pretty soon. MQTT error. Error talking to MQTT. The client is not currently connected. Just I don't know where while I was asleep the MQTT broker stopped working. I tried to reconfigure MQTT, even created a new user. I guess we could try using another program. There's another program called like MQTT client or something like that. Hold on. MQTT client. What's the name of that program? We found it over here. What's the name of the client program? Okay, HOVenki says, I'd watched one PicoCTF challenge of yours. Is there any sequence or pattern? I mean, sometimes you have, sometimes inspect and sometimes it shortens the URL. And Siva Aditya, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing a little bit of hacking against this IoT device. So M2M communication and Internet of Things, okay. So default port, inspecting the traffic, and then pen testing. So pen testing is, so Python MQTT client shell, this is what we're using right now. So let's see, apt-get install, mosquito clients. Okay, well, I mean, this is a command line tool. We could try this. Sudo apt install. Let's see if this exists. Probably. Oh, okay. We can install it. Good morning. Hey, good morning, Siva. Nice to see you here. It's the evening where I am, but that's fine. And so it's mosquito sub, mosquito underscore sub. Mosquito sub T, and then V. So subscribe to test topics or subscribe to all topics. So let's see, host T everything. Let's give this a try. We just need to get the host IP again. Where are we doing it? Over here? Got way too many windows open. We'll call this mosquito. Okay, well, I mean, this should subscribe us to all the topics. If there are any messages, they should be coming into us. I'm not super concerned about actually getting these messages. I would like to, but we've already got another way in. Okay, they were talking about a game called Hacknet over here. So we were able to get in through the Apache ActiveMQ service that's running on port, what was it, like 8160 something. And we found out that the version that's being used is vulnerable to a, what was it, a MetaX, an MSF console attack. So we decided to use our MSF console and then get an interpreter session. So here we are. So we just need to completely compromise the machine now. We have some... Well, we have a flag. We might as well read that one. Okay, so here's the first flag. Go back and submit this. So, which video game are Paul and Max talking about? They were talking about Hacknet. And the last thing we need to do is we need to get the root flag. So how do we get the root flag? So we're currently running as the ActiveMQ user. I mean, it's unlikely that we're going to be able to... Oh, okay. Okay, sure. So we can run a certain Python command as root. So root no password, Python 3.7, opt apt, okay, subscribe.py. So I mean, what directory is this? Okay, so we can run this Python script specifically. So this is probably going to come down to... What was it? Script hijacking. Hold on. Everybody, I'm going to take a little break because there's ads running on Twitch right now. But while the ads are running, you can watch my favorite bird video. Okay, so I just need to take a little break while the ads are running. Just a second. Okay, let's get back to the hacking. Alright, so we obviously have to do some sort of script abuse. Panako Panko is here. Wow, it's like 2 a.m. or something for you, Panako Panko. You're in a certain part of Europe. Everybody, let's give Panako Panko a shout out. Panako Panko is an InfoSec streamer who talks about hacking. Actually, she talks a lot more about art these days, but she also does hacking stuff. And if you subscribe to her channel, you can catch up with all of her wacky hijinks. Pepe Manuel Prieto says Morty. Morty? Okay, but anyways, we're currently doing this this challenge right over here from TryHackMe. It's called Broker, and it's all about, what was it, IoT device hacking. Or at least I thought it was. Apparently we're doing script hacking instead. Okay, so let's take a look at subscribe.py. Okay, so import paho.mqtt client as MQTT. you're getting kind of into that recently. A lot of IoT labs. Yeah, I mean, we're doing IoT labs all this week. So we're going to be finishing off the week with this challenge from, well, what is it called? Vulnex? It's called like Solar or something, right? Solar. So this is a hard level machine from Vulnex. This is the culmination of our IoT hacking stuff. So this is going to be on Friday. Today is Wednesday. Okay, so we're running this particular script as root. But what is it about this? I'm going to try finding it. Okay, I'll come back again with much more understanding. See you in the next live, and thanks for your work. No worries. Thank you very much for coming by, Ichio Venki. Thank you. So, Paho MQTT.client. Oh, you know what? I should have, yeah, I should have run that as a background process. Now I'm stuck. So where do we find this this script here? So Paho MQTT.client. So like in the is the file called Paho? Or is it called MQTT? I can probably find this on our own machine. Thank you very much for subscribing for following on Twitch. Samantha Nakamoto, thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so this is our Kali machine. We're going to try to see if we can find the script on this system. So locate MQTT. So this is, I'm looking for the Python library. So like Python library, MQTT, Paho MQTT. Let's move into that directory. Interesting. So the script is looking for what? Import paho.mqtt.client as MQTT. So Paho. I got too many tabs open. Okay, so enums client. Oh, client. We're probably looking for this. Paho.mqtt.client. I mean, we probably just look in this whole directory. So Python 3 dist packages Paho MQTT, and we can check to see if there's if any of the files in the directory are writable, and if there are, then we can do some script hijacking. Okay, so where's the directory? The directory is in user triple dot user lib python 3 So it's like Python 3.7, I think. Because the sudo L version is specifically for Python 3.7. So Python 3.7 distribution packages. That doesn't exist. Let's try looking in this directory for something called dist packages paho. So maybe we can just look for a directory called paho in here. Find by name paho to dev null and run it as a process. So where else could these libraries be? Where else could these libraries be? Hold on, let's look up. So where's, maybe it's in the, oh, maybe it's just in here. Maybe we don't need to look very far. Okay, let's move into the op directory. Apache ActiveMQ 590. So we can only run the subscribe.py file as root. The subscribe.py file uses PAHO MQTT client. Where do we find this directory? I mean, we could try just looking for everything called MQTT. Okay, here we go. So user local lib Python 3.7 dist packages PAHO MQTT. Okay, let's move into that directory. And we've got all this stuff. So this is, oh, this is a module. Okay. We check to see if any of these files are writable. None of them are writable. So how do we inject into here? They're owned by staff. Who's staff? So we're not part of the staff group. So who are the other users? There are no other users. We got PyCache over here. Let's take a look at the password file. So ActiveMQ, we actually have a shell. We don't have like an actual, well, we have a home directory, but it's not like a proper home directory. It's also the www data user. And I wonder if we can just var. There's no www directory because there's no standard website. Okay, and Rex Jerry, hello, nice to see you here. I'm new to hacking and I wanted to learn how. I don't know where to start. I've already learned networks such as the OSI models. Now I'm learning Linux, but the real question is, I don't know what to do next. Yeah, we've got a new command called get into cyber. And there's a little website in that link that helps you, well, get into cyber. There's a video that tells you all about what you want to consider when you decide to get into it, as well as some sample challenges from different categories of cybersecurity exercises, and even a little quiz that you can take. So give it a try. Okay, so as root with no password, we can run Python 3.7. We can only run subscribe.py. Bird you stab? Bird you stab. Hello, nice to see you here. That's a funny username you got, but hello, nice to see you here. Okay, we got a secure path, mail bad pass, environment reset. Oh, you know what? The other thing we might be able to do is we might be able to create our own Python script in here. So subscribe.py. Let's give it a try. We should be able to write to this directory. So yeah, do we own this directory? This is our directory. We can write to it. So cat, well, let's just echo. We made the file HackerFrogs. Okay, and then we output it to test.txt. Okay, yeah. So it's been a while. My CTF senses aren't really well honed right now. Okay, we probably do script hijacking. So what we need to do is we just need to create our own module in here for subscribe.py. So import paho.mqtt.client as MQTT. Well, I mean, we can just create a file called this. What do we put in here? We probably put in some malicious Python code. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I created one of these earlier today. What was the last thing I did? I think it was called like Codehaven? No, Explorer? It was called Butler. So this was an earlier CTF that I was doing. And this was the command we used. So echo, well, we're creating a file. And we're just going to create a file called paho.mqtt.client. .python, because that's what it's looking for. Pardon me, Terra Dorada. Hello, nice to see you here. And you say, nah bro, do a pen test? Nah bro, do a pen test. What are you talking about? We're doing a CTF exercise right now. Okay, so I mean, this should be enough. Okay, we copy this. Go back to our console. Just kidding. Good luck with the CTF. Thanks. Okay, so we got the file here. We should be able to get root access as soon as we give this command. And Cyber Jake has subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, Cyber Jake. I'm curious how the bash command is going to work in this program. Me too. It looks like we've lost our connection. Hold on. Thank you very much, Cyber Jake. So Cyber Jake, let's give you a fun redeem. How about some Jurassic Park? It's all about Linux and dinosaurs.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, yeah, so it looks like our shell's dead. But we can terminate the channel, we can go back in. That's the great thing about this. Okay, so Paho MQTT.client.py. And if you want to subscribe on Prime as well, just like CyberJake did, here is how you do that in the chat. Okay, so we can run this. Oh, we didn't run it with sudo. We need to run this entire thing with sudo. Well, apparently it kills our connection. So apparently that's not working. But we can come back in multiple times. Okay, so subscribe.py cat. Let's just take a look at the contents of this. This should be, you know, our bash command here. So import os.system bin bash -i. This should start up our reverse shell connection. So is there a sudo trick to elevate creds? Well, I mean, I need to figure out if the commands are actually being executed here or not, because it looks like every time I run the script, it crashes the program. But I guess what I can do first is I can get it to print out a message. So echo print testing to paho.mqtt.client.py. Okay, and if it works, then it should print out that message when I run the script. That's not how you spell that. Okay, so there's only one command in here. Let's try running the script. So CyberJake says, I completed the TryHackMe pre-security course and I understand some of the Linux concepts that they introduced. However, I still feel lost at times when working through the Linux tasks. Do you have any suggestions for additional ways to get more comfortable using Linux? So, I mean, the thing about getting comfortable using Linux is it's just a lot of trial and error. I'd say try these exercises here. So there's a website called Hack My VM, and on the Hack the VM site, they've got they have a CTF called Venus. So Venus, I mean, I think that Venus is a better set of challenges for learning about basic Linux commands. So let's see, where are the labs? Labs are here, and this is Hack My VM Venus. So make yourself an account over at hackmyvm.eu. Try doing these Venus labs over here. So I also have like a big old playlist that covers all of the Venus labs as well over on my YouTube channel. Let me see if I can get those for you. Oh, this is my For You page, jeez. The Shy Hat. Okay, where's our playlist? I'm looking for Venus. Venus CTF Lab Challenges. Okay, so take a look at this playlist. Start with number 1. And just work through the labs. After a while, doing a lot of different Linux labs, you should get used to using Linux commands. It's just a lot of repetition, but I'm sure you can do it. Okay, let's run the thing. Okay, so hold on. Let's go back in. So I think I know what the problem might be, because the subscribe.py is basically like a while true loop. So I'm not going to be able to see any input after we give the command. So we're just going to give the command, but we're also going to run it as a process. Yeah, that was the problem. Okay, Cyberdrix says, awesome, thanks for the info. I'm sure to do all of these. It sounds fun. Yeah, I mean, the Venus labs are also pretty complementary to the Bandit labs. Over the Wire Bandit. This is a pretty classic set of CTF exercises as well. I'd say that the Venus labs are easier than the Bandit ones. Okay, so we can run subscribe.py. I just want to make sure that, so it's importing one file. So import paho.mqtt.client as MQTT. So it's looking for a file with this name. I'm just going to do a quick check. Is it actually looking for a file with this exact name or something else? Or is it looking for like a file called Paho? The random script in the background said the foreground was responding. Yeah. I figured it out because the majority of the script here is just like a while true loop. So it's not going to be interactive afterwards. And Nayan Pradhankars, thank you very much for your subscription on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, let's just ask the AI real quick. I just want to make sure. Okay, what is the name of the file that is being imported? Is it paho.py or paho.mqtt.client.py? Okay, the import statement is loading a module inside of a package, not a single PY file. with that full dotted name. So Paho is the top level Python package, okay? So inside there is an MQTT subpackage. So inside there is a client, oh, okay. So it's actually looking for client.py. So import the client module from the paho.mqtt package and refer to the file as MQTT. The underlying file is effectively /paho/mqtt/client.py, not paho.py, or so it's looking for like a directory. So can we create the directory then? Paho MQTT. So let me just confirm this. So over here, what's that directory? So Paho MQTT client.py. So it's actually looking for client.py. So if that's the case, we can make these two directories first. Actually, maybe we can just skip straight to client.py. I'm not too sure. Let's go back in. So make a directory called Paho, and then make a directory called MQTT, and then in here make a file called client.py. So echo to client.py. Okay, and then run the thing. We got another ad on Twitch, geez. Okay, so everybody, while the ads run on Twitch, we'll also put on the birds, because I love my birds. This one's pretty good. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just got to take a little water break. Enjoy the birds and the music. And does he come back? I think he comes back. Nope, doesn't look like he comes back. Alright, let's put the birds away and get back to the hacking then. Okay, so we've set it up so that we've got our Paho directory over here. He going, he gone. Okay, I just need to make sure that my machine isn't going to expire anytime soon. Okay, update that thing, and then run. Segfaults, hello, nice to see you here. We're just trying to do some script hijacking. I don't think it worked. Okay, so Paho MQTT client.py. Okay, let's try running that again. Now, how's the other way we can do this? MQTT again, our good friend from last stream. Yep, I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to get better at using this stuff. So it's client.py we're looking for. So this is the only thing inside of client.py that I've created here. But we need to figure out if we can get the subscribe script to run this. So do we make a client.py in this directory when we run it? Okay, so it's echo out this to client.py. Dang it. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Predict. Thank you. And welcome in. So what is the directory we're actually dealing with? The actual directory we're dealing with is Python 3 dist packages Paho MQTT. The script we're actually dealing with is called client.py. Hold on, did I make a spelling mistake? Client.py. No, I don't think so. Okay. It's always been client and not clients. So how to participate? Yeah, you can do this challenge yourself if you want to. Here's the link. You just need to have an account over at tryhackme.com. Okay, so the actual directory is in user lib. Hold on, I think I can locate it. Find / name MQTT dev. Yeah, in this directory here. So dist packages Paho MQTT. And let's just enter that directory and take a look at the file permissions one more time. Thank you very much. HackSmarter has rated with a party of 11. Thank you very much, HackSmarter. Hey everybody, did you know that HackSmarter is a cybersecurity content creator? Let's give HackSmarter a shout out. There you go. And HackSmarter has his own education platform as well. Let's go ahead and plug it. It's hacksmarter.org. So if you're looking for affordable cybersecurity education material, and there's a number of free modules on here as well, this is where you want to go. We'll drop the link in chat over here. So especially if you're studying for Active Directory, so Windows Active Directory, if you're interested in hacking against that, they've got a lot of challenge labs over here that use AD infrastructure, and if you want to learn about different Active Directory attacks, it's a very good place to learn. Highly recommended. And I think HackSmarter, I was on your live stream earlier. You mentioned that you're coming out with the course, like a web app pen testing course. Do you have a link for how people can access that course, or is it still a work in progress? Let me know. Thank you. But anyways, let's yeah. So please check out hacksmarter.org. It's an awesome platform. HackSmarter says it'll be available on March 3rd on HackSmarter. Awesome. So it's something we can look forward to in about a month or so. Well, a month and how many days? A month and a half? Time sure does fly. 2026, it feels like it's already been a couple months already. Anyways, let's go back. So client.py is the file that the script is using. It's only readable. Oh, you know what? There might be a dependency in client.py that we can use. Hold on, let's take a look at this. So client.py is using what? It's a big file, geez. Okay, so it's, I mean, it's using all sorts of stuff. So because this script is using like a dependency, and the dependency is also using all sorts of other modules, we could try, I mean, as soon as this gets imported, it's going to run all the code in these other modules as well. So how do we need to find out if any of these is vulnerable or you know, writable. How do we do a good easy check? Okay, just a second everybody, I need to put on some new music. And welcome in, Raiders. My name is the Shy Hat. I do beginner-friendly cybersecurity content over here on Twitch, and I also have a Discord and a Reddit. So Reddit and Discord, if you're interested in checking those out. So we usually stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and we do all sorts of beginner-friendly content over here. Okay, so let me just grab. So import collections, import OS, import platform, import select socket, all this stuff. Let's just copy this, because I'm pretty sure one of these is going to be the way in. Okay. Because it's importing all this stuff. It's also importing oh man, it's just all over the place. So import SSL, import socks, geez. So it's importing all this stuff. We just need to figure out if any of these are writable. I guess what we could do is we'd look for every Python file on the system and see if any of them are writable, because it might be one of these. Thank you very much for subscribing, CEQ Matt. CEQ Matt, thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, so, Okay, Zero Hack Zero says, HackSmarter web app pen test course is coming out next month. Yeah, HackSmarter was just here. He said it was going to be available on March 3rd. Which website are you trying to hack? We're not especially trying to hack a website, but it's a room from this website over here. Thank you very much for subscribing, Natnail McConan. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so, I mean, we've got all this stuff. So first of all, let's do some Linux foo, right? Well, we're not really doing Linux foo if we're doing this. So we're looking for, like, any of these. So from reason codes, properties, matcher, logging hashlib, string, base64 UUID. So in the end, we're just checking to see if any of these if any of these Python files are writable. Copy this. Cat. No. Nano modules.txt. So all this stuff. Okay, Xerox says I was on his live before he ended it and saw that. Oh, okay. Saw where you asked a link for it. Oh, awesome, Xerox0. Yeah, thank you. So 401bit says, funny how THM allows you to stream the rooms while HTB doesn't. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate, 401bit. Because I really would like to stream Hack the Box content, but all the Hack the Box content that's streamable, with very few exceptions, everything's paid. And my emphasis is on providing free educational resources to people. And so that means that I can't really stream any Hack the Box content. Because the Hack the Box content that is free is not, well, most of them are like active challenges, and active challenges can't be streamed. It's kind of a, well, I mean, I'd love to cover more Hack the Box stuff. TryHackMe stuff is good too, and it is free, and I can stream it, so that's why I'm here. Okay, THM or HTB lab. I mean, if you're a beginner, TryHackMe is probably the better choice. If you've got a little bit more experience under your belt, then Hack the Box is probably a better choice for you. Try VulnHub. VulnHub, I don't recommend VulnHub because VulnHub looks bad. I recommend Vulnix. Vulnix is a much better looking website for downloading virtual machines to hack. It is so nice. It is so easy to look at. Anyways, where are we? Okay, so we got our modules.txt. Over here, and we just need to recreate this. I suppose we could host this as well. Python module this. What's my IP address? There it is. Okay, and we'll download modules.txt from here. Just run this from the other terminal. W yet not found. Huh. It doesn't exist. Really? Is there curl? There is curl. Okay. So we just need to run curl and then output it, right? How do we use curl to download files? Curl download files out. Okay, can you use the -o lowercase or -o uppercase command line options? Saves the file with a custom name, saves the file with its original remote name. Okay, so we just need to run curl HTTP this IP address -O. Did it run? Failed writing body, permission denied. Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. I need to go back to my home directory. Okay, let me grab the command first, and then we'll move back into my original directory. It's 590. Okay, then try it again. So I think... Where is that thing? Yeah, okay. I think we managed to download it. Let's make sure. So we got modules.txt. We just need to run a grep command. Cat modules .txt. We've got all of these. We have all these words that we're checking for. We'll run a find command on everything. We'll look for start.py, so all the Python files in the file system. And we'll redirect standard. We'll redirect everything into Python. We'll just call it pfiles. pfiles.txt. This looks like nothing's come back yet. Was it not able to find anything, really? Find name start.py. It's empty. Okay, legendary ghost eyes says, I'm new to cybersecurity. I tried TryHackMe, but it's hard for me to understand the topics and what to do next. Cypher says, take your time, follow walkthroughs and watch channels like this. You will start to get it. It's empty. It's empty right now. So legendary ghost eyes, I mean, we've got, you tried TryHackMe, name, oh, put it in quotes? Yeah, I could try that. Funky Monkey, hello, nice to see you here. Everybody, let's hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, let's try that find command again. So find, actually, let's get a better prompt. Python 3 import pty.spawn bin bash. Okay, much better. Okay, Netor asks, how do you manage the boredom? How do you manage the boredom? Well, you don't find it boring is how you manage the boredom. Anyways, let's, okay, so Legendary Ghost Eyes, you asked about how to get started. I mean, I've got a new page for getting into cybersecurity, so get into cybersecurity. Get into cyber. Yeah, check out the page. It's got a little guide for getting into cybersecurity, including stuff like a quiz and a video that talks about some strategies for getting into cybersecurity, as well as some example videos or some example challenges that you might want to get. Yeah, get into cyber. Get into cyber is the command. Get into cyber. Okay, there's nothing here. Let's do the find command again. So find name star.py. To dev null, but otherwise redirect everything into pfiles.txt. Run as process. Oh, what was this? Uh-oh. Why did all this stuff come back? Okay, now we got some stuff. So we need to... Oh, you know what? We need to run a better... We need to run... Well, okay, this is what we're going to do. We run a find command, and we're looking for name startup.py. And thank you very much to the person who recommended we put everything between some quotes. Who was that? It was I don't exist. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Okay, so startup.py. And then we're also looking for writable. Yeah, I think all we need to do is just look for stuff that's writable. Okay, so, I mean, everything that we created. Chat.py. Wait, was this thing writable all this time? Oh no! I feel really dumb. I feel so dumb. The file that we can run sudo as is writable. Isn't that a kick in the pants? Okay, let's just confirm. So ls subscribe.py. We can write this. Wow. Okay. Let's just get a... Man, I haven't felt this dumb in a really long time. I haven't felt this dumb since the last time I felt dumb. Okay, so... Okay, so we just need to put this bash shell inside here. And Brown Coyote, hello, nice to see you here. Subscribe.py. So we just need to run this command. And then run the sudo command. I did all that running around for nothing. Who am I? I'm root. Wow, amazing.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay. Let me catch up with chat. There's a lot of messages. All right. So hi, bro. How do you manage the boredom? Just take time and watch while trying it yourself. Okay. I watched a ton before I started solving rooms. 0 hack 0. Good to hear that. Good to hear that. And let's see. How did you get used to the terminal? And do you have any tips for entry level? Any tips for entry level getting used to the terminal? Another person came in here and is talking about getting used to using the terminal. The way you get used to using the terminal is you just use the terminal, solve a bunch of challenges that involve using the terminal, and eventually you'll get used to it. Thank you very much for subscribing with Prime, Funky Monkey 650. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's I'm not caught up with chat yet. Just a second. Okay, just take time and try it out yourself. Let's see how to get used to the terminal. Let's see. Please answer this. Ooh, I didn't see your previous message. Which website? Oh, no. I think we answered which website. Okay, and the pseudo trick for elevation. Yes, so this one was muscle memory 0 hack 0. Thank you very much for all the support. Wow, 10 out of 10. What is this? Is this like a hype train going on? But thank you very much. And who just Funky Monkey? Yes, Funky Monkey. Let's give you a special redeem. How about we give you some? Oh, the numbers.
Hey! Who are you people? What do you want from me?
You want the numbers, Mason. You want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
We want the numbers, Mason. Okay, so I've got a couple of websites for people
Hey!
who are.
Who are you people? What do you want from me?
You want the numbers, Mason. You want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
So HackMyVM is another one of these websites we can use for education, and we've got a lab over here called Funky Monkey says, I enjoy watching your streams, very informational. Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. Let's okay. So Venus over here is a lab. It gets you used to using Linux commands. That was good COD back in the good old days. So Venus is a lab. It's a CTF lab where you can use your Linux commands to, well, get flags and all that other good stuff. I've got a playlist for it if you want a little bit of help. Over here. If you're trying to get used to using the Linux terminal, this one's pretty good. These challenges are pretty good. If you get stuck, you can always look at the walkthrough videos. There's 50 levels of these. Which distribution are you using? This is Kali Linux, Brown Cavity. And let's see, Seth Yaks, there. Thank you very much for subscribing or becoming a member on the HackerFrogs channel. HackerFrogs Silver, thank you very much. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we'll also take a little break. And let's introduce you to some birds. So these are my favorite birds. They're called Steller's Jays, and they love eating peanuts. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. So enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. So why the bird flies back to the bowl with a peanut, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe he just likes the camera. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to answering the question. So let's see. What distribution are we using? We're using Kali Linux. Is a pretty standard distribution for doing cybersecurity stuff. So uname-A, we are using Kali Linux. So if you want to learn how to get your own Kali Linux machine, we also have a video on that over at the HackerFrogs YouTube. And this is the video over here. Signamai says, if I had to guess, he's greedy, but too goofy to let one peanut go, because he doesn't trust another bird in the area not to steal it. Yeah, I mean, the birds will, they'll pretend to bury something, but they're not actually burying it. They're keeping it. They just, it's kind of funny how nature works sometimes. Anyways, we finished this challenge. Where are we? Here? Okay, we became the root user, and that means we can do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Yeah, so once again, thank you very much to Sath Yaks and Funky Monkey for becoming members and subscribing on Twitch, respectively. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. So how did we become the root user? How did we do our privilege escalation? So it turns out that our user had access to the subscribe.py script as the previous user, ActiveMQ, but this was writable. It was a writable script. And anytime you're able to write a script, you can put whatever instructions you want in there. So what we did is we put in a little command to open up a shell for us inside of the Python script. When we ran it as sudo, it opened up a shell for us, and because we're running it as sudo, which means we're running it as the highest level root user, we managed to get ourselves root access. So we can just move into the root directory, and we can read the final flag over here. Okay, let's copy this and submit this to the room. We're all about the flags over here. Okay, boom, paste it in. Done. Okay. This is a room by Rip Curls and Mrs. Geeky. That's funny. Okay, so if there's any, if you have any questions about what we did inside this room, let us know. We might also do a little write-up, because we're fresh off of this. So this is, let's see. We got all these questions here. We've got our port scan. So do a TCP port scan of all the ports with the port greater than 1000, etc., etc. Let's see. With Nmap, we find the ports with a 1883 and like 8163. Okay. IDSec. IDSec? Do you have a full-time pen testing? I don't work in pen testing right now. I previously did, but right now I'm focusing on teaching cybersecurity and I'm trying to set up a non-profit organization for teaching cybersecurity as well. Legendary Ghost Eyes. Sorry for not getting to your question previously. When did you start in cybersecurity? So when I started in cybersecurity was back in 2000. No, not 2000, 2020. So 2020, during the lockdown, I decided to change my career trajectory, I guess is what you could call it, and I decided to go into cybersecurity. And now it's 2026. So it's been 5 years, just about. Okay, so with Nmap we find these ports. What is the name of the software that they use? When we visit the web page on port 8163. Legendary Ghost Eyes. I hope I hope you that was what were you looking for in the answer. Okay. When we visit the web page on port 8163, we see ActiveMQ being used. Ryuji Kazawa, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated, thank you. Okay, so which video game are Paul and Max talking about? So the version of ActiveMQ is vulnerable to a what is it called? So a MetaX script. You can also give some commands over here. So it's the searchx for, what was the version of the thing that we found? ActiveMQ is like 590, I think. Okay, XR says, recently passed my 1201, and I've told myself this is the year to buckle down on my studies. Hey, good luck to you with your cybersecurity studies this year. Okay, IDSEC says, unfortunately, my country teaching is not enough to pay bills. I mean, the thing about teaching is that it is essential that we have people teaching other people how to do stuff. I'm actually really, really surprised that that teaching is considered so undervalued in so many countries. ZeroHack0 says, lockdown was when I decided to change my career into cybersecurity. Oh, awesome, awesome. So you've probably been at this game about as long as I have. Mark the 6120. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we search exploit that, and then fire up good old console, MSF console. Okay, so we'll just give all the commands we did inside of the MSF console. We can record all this stuff. I mean, do we have to? Maybe it's enough to just point to the script that we've used or the module, because it's kind of a pain in the butt. So it was the one we used. Was this one. It's pretty rare that I use MSF console these days, but well, I mean, when it works, it works. Okay, ZeroHack0 says, just about still feels like I barely scratched the surface. It's a never-ending learning journey. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree that it after you've learned about cybersecurity, it feels like you don't know anything. You can spend a lot of time learning, and you still don't feel like you've learned anything. This is the thing that we used, and we were able to get ourselves a, what is it, meter Peter? Anyways, one of those. Okay, what's the fourth question? Oh, I think that's it, right? Oh, what video game are they talking about? Okay, that's the last one. Okay. Let's see, I think it was called like chat.py. Once we have a terminal session on the box, open up chat.py. And I guess that's it. Brown Coyote says, the quieter you become, the more you are able to hear. That's that used to be on the Kali Linux wallpaper. Okay, so I think we're done here. We'll commit these changes. It's kind of a oh no, we're not done. We didn't talk about how to do the privilege escalation. Okay, let's talk about it now. It was actually a lot simpler than I thought it was going to be. Okay, so let's talk about privilege escalation. So our user has certain sudo permissions. Okay, and let's just record those. Retfed says, I just got here. Have you ever tried Bugforge's labs? Bugforge? I don't think I have. I think I've heard of the name before. Bugforge. Oh wait, I might have it. Bugforge.io, is this what we're talking about? So is Bugforge the platform that was created by Low Level? Or am I thinking of something else? Alex Olson created it. Okay, let me look take a look. So we got Bug Crowd. I don't have an account for Bugforge. So can we access anything without being logged in? Okay, so apparently I don't have an account here. Sudo apt opsec. Sudo apt opsec, yeah, of course. No, I mean I'm not gonna. I mean I can log in to my own accounts while I'm on stream. That's fine. The email address isn't super private or anything. It's just that I don't. I'm not gonna sign up for a service while I'm live on stream. Gotta sign up, unfortunately. Unfortunate. Okay, let's go back. I might get around to it after the stream is over, though. Thank you very much for reminding me of this. Okay, so our user has certain sudo permissions. Let's go back in. We should have like a. We should still have our session. Okay, sudo L. Back here. Turns out that we have write permissions on this script, subscribe.py. Thank you very much, Tyran, for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thanks for reading the message. I'm here to read the messages. I'm here to read the messages if you've got them, and except that the messages are rude and insulting, but otherwise I'm happy to chat. Okay, turns out we have write permissions on the script subscribe.py. That means we just need to overwrite the contents with a shell opening, with some shell opening Python code. Okay, El Varason says, sorry. Why are you apologizing? Okay, and Jungi Hora says, hey man, try out Hex Strike AI live for the upcoming event. Hex Strike AI live. I don't know that website. So Eriko Ramad says, what difficulty is the THM room? I think it was like a medium level room. Yeah, it's a medium level room, which means that there might be 1 or 2 twists. It wasn't super difficult, it's just I wasn't paying attention. What OS do you use? We're using Kali Linux. Kali Linux is a very popular distribution of Linux, used for security stuff. You want to figure out how to get your own Kali Linux, you can watch this video here that I made. Okay, so we're getting very close to finishing this off. So that means we just need to overwrite the contents of that file with some shell opening Python code, and the shell opening Python code, well, I mean, this is the command we used over here. Okay, Dream Core Short says, can you try some CrackMe ones? Oh, CrackMe's? I mean, that's reverse engineering is something I'm still in the process of figuring out. We're teaching we're teaching a little course on the very beginning basics of reverse engineering every Friday or so. Okay, Guston says, "Hey bro, new here. What's your goal? Is it to stream or get a job? Thanks for sharing. I'm here to do education. Well, I'm here to learn, and I'm also here to educate. I'm here to offer advice to people who are looking to get into cybersecurity. I worked in private and cybersecurity previously, but I figured out I'd rather teach." Okay, so let's see. PPX says, "Is cybersecurity a good major to study in uni? Does it have a future?" Well, I mean, whether or not there's going to be a lot of cybersecurity jobs in the future, I mean, who knows what the heck is going to go on with all the AI stuff, but what I would say is cybersecurity is absolutely necessary. That's not how you spell absolutely. Absolutely necessary. How do you spell necessary? Necessary in the age of AI. If we hand all of the security tasks to the AI and nobody knows how to do security, we are doomed. Okay, so Erico says, "Do you have any suggested rooms before taking this room as a beginner?" This, I mean, I wouldn't do a room like this as a beginner. Definitely not. What I would recommend is doing challenges probably from like Docker Labs. Docker Labs, very easy machines. They can teach you a lot if you're a beginner. So Docker Labs challenges over here. Most of the challenges on this list are on the very easy level. So they're like baby CTF challenges basically. Here's a playlist. Okay, Brown Cardi says get NeoVim. Well, I mean, the reason why I don't use NeoVim is because I teach Nano. Because Nano is easy for beginners to get a hold of. Okay, so let's see. Sick of the Mind says, "Most corporate entities still don't trust AI for taking over roles in cyber, so I wouldn't say don't toss in the towel yet." So I mean, the thing about AI, doom. What was it? Doomsaying. Big companies say they want to replace 5 workers with 1 worker that uses AI assistance. So that means that what they want to do is they want to reduce their workforce by 80%. And the remaining 20% is going to be using AI. I don't know how realistic that is. Okay, so let's see. What else? So Ret Fade asks, "Do you use AI to assist you while you hack? If so, which one do you use the most?" Yeah, I mean, I'm not afraid to use AI. I try not to over-rely on using AI, of course. I've got a subscription for ChatGPT, but if I'm doing coding stuff, I'll use Claude. And, well, I also have a subscription to Perplexity, so I can ask questions over here. Okay, Ella Vara says, "AI only finds the virus in NASA." Well, I mean, I'm sure that the thing about AI is that AI is very good at looking through large problem sets. And AI does have the advantage that you can leave it on indefinitely. Well, You can leave it on for a really long time. So the AI advantages are looking through large data sets, very tedious tasks, and also, yeah, can run for long periods of time. Never has to take a break. Okay, and let's see, Microsoft did say that. Was it Microsoft? I thought it was like Amazon. So let's see, Redfade says Docker Labs was created by El Pingüino de Mario, I believe, big name in the Spanish-speaking community. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've never really watched El Pingüino de Mario's content because I don't speak Spanish, but I do know that he's really big in the Spanish cybersecurity community. Sai Ujwal, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, and as well as Mark TH and Ihui Sally. Thank you very much. Okay, N is the shark, Nisha shark. Nisha, I don't know how to pronounce that name. It's saturated, by the way. Are you talking about AI stuff? Saturated? Not sure. Okay, so PPX asks, what is the best way to start when you need to start from zero and have a good structure? So I've got a little guide. It's called Get Into Cyber, and give the website a visit. They've got a fun quiz. They've got some example challenges, and they've got what is it? Like a video you can watch that I created that talks about how to think about getting into cybersecurity. Okay, so please check out a Hexstrike AI and teach us. I don't know if I'd be able to teach you, but what is Hexstrike AI? Okay, well, I mean, it looks like a legitimate website. What do you think about THM? Is it good? I think THM is good for... It's good for people who are getting in. There's lots of free stuff. There's a lot of free stuff over at TryHackMe. I can't say the same for the other really popular website, Hack the Box. There's a lot of free, beginner-friendly stuff at TryHackMe. So yeah, I do like it. You can always watch Mario's videos with subtitles. I mean, it's hard. It's hard. Okay, so it's a revolutionary AI-powered offensive security framework that combines professional security tools, autonomous AI agents. So, is this like a paid service? Why do you like ChatGPT more for design? Well, I mean, I use ChatGPT mostly for social media stuff. Open source version. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm not too sure about AI-powered, like, MCP stuff. I haven't really investigated it all that much. But maybe the next time I really go in heavy on the AI hacking stuff. I haven't done it in a few months. Anyways, we should actually be getting going pretty soon. But let's talk about what we're going to be doing. Oh wow! Oh, Slyborg is on. Awesome. Okay, so everybody, we're gonna be doing one last stream this week. So we usually do streams on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So the next stream is gonna be on Friday. We're gonna be doing some puzzle gaming. We're gonna be doing some reverse engineering. We're gonna be doing some cloud security challenges, and we're gonna be wrapping up our week with IoT hacking with Vulnix Solar. But we should get going pretty soon because, well, I start the stream before I eat. Well, I start the stream after I eat. When I'm finished with the live stream, I'm usually super, super hungry. But anyways, let's take a look at what Slyborg is up to. Slyborg is a cybersecurity student, and she's a really fun streamer to watch. She's usually very, very interactive with her chat. And let's go ahead and start that raid. How long have you been learning for? About 5 years. Okay, so she is currently doing... What is this? Oh, TryHackMe. Wait, TryHackMe? Yeah, this looks like TryHackMe. So if you're interested in learning some TryHackMe with Slyborg, then stick around for the raid. Okay, check out the AI and provide a feedback of it next stream. It's really useful for the future. I'm not too sure if I'm going to be getting around to it anytime soon, but thank you very much for letting me know about it, Jungi. Alright, everybody, when you arrive on Slyborg's stream, please give this message over here. So, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog. Thank you to everybody who gave all sorts of great chat messages and subscriptions and memberships. I very much appreciate it. When you get to Slyborg's stream, give this message, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog. I'd really appreciate it. Okay, everybody, ready to raid. We're going to be back on Friday. Hope to see you on Friday. HackerFrogs raiding out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.